everybody. Welcome to Wrong Fucking Headphones. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Bellerive Oval in Hobart for the resumption of Day 3 here between the Cricket Australia 11 and Sri Lanka. Cricket Australia 11, 2 for 99. So they've got a considerable lead, which is now 239. We've got a full day's cricket. We're starting a fraction early with the time we lost last night when they lost a couple of overs. Gee, a really entertaining game in the wbbl with 4 balls remaining. The Thunder need 11 runs to win off against Brisbane, which is terrific. This is the focus here. Labuschagne on strike at the moment. He's got Patterson up the other end, and it's a big welcome to Sri Lankan legend Russell Arnold join us this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, David. Yeah, interesting watching the teams warm up today. Sri Lanka were out there doing their paces, bowling, fielding, the usual drill, but we didn't see a single Cricket Australia 11 player on the ground. They've actually had the nets at the back. Lankan, he's going to start the proceedings. He's got to complete an over, or he did complete an over. The other day, though, we went off a little early because of rain. That's why it's a 1:52 start, 8 minutes early today.
Yeah, so interesting to see if on Day 3 if the Chinaman can get a little bit more purchase out of this wicket. Labuschagne on strike for the first ball of Day 3. Flicks it a little bit uppishly. Leg slip, thought he might have been in the game early there. A single to start proceedings.
Straight off the bat, but no chance at all for Roshan Silva.
Just seen a 5 to win now, the Thunder, for those people wherever you're listening, off one delivery, and I cannot believe they didn't take a second run there, which would have left 4 to win off 1.
Carey wants to strike. It's a boundary here, and she wants to take control. She's 19 of 9.
There's a Sandy Cannon driving, so another dot ball. We'll just watch this final delivery, and my goodness, she struck it well, and a blind has been taken on the boundary line. Well, isn't that a great way to finish the game? The Brisbane Heat into the final of the wbbl. Fantastic.
That was going for 6.
That was going for 6, and it was going to be the win. And the outstretched hands, it was hit beautifully too. Oh, that was fabulous. We've been watching that intently the last hour or so. We can return focus to the main menu here this afternoon, and that's the Sri Lankans. Can they make some inroads here against the Australian top order, which has been pretty strong, it must be said?
If you consider conditions, this is probably the best session for batting. Whatever moisture in the pitch would have dried off. Pitch has been open and the sun has been baking down. What a pleasant afternoon.
Patterson driving again, can't beat the field.
The ball, 29 overs also, it'll be relatively soft. And Patterson again finds himself in that situation to try and go on and make another massive score.
Talking with Scott Boland last night, Russell, he mentioned about how soft that pink ball goes very, very quickly indeed, and by the time 25 overs rolls in, it really gets a little bit of a squash ball feel about it.
Yeah, very similar to the white ball.
Yeah.
So even the white ball, it swings probably for 2-3 overs, and then it just flattens out. That seam disappears. So it really is hard work when it comes to these sessions, and times you look to capitalize in a day-night game so totally different to a normal day game which you play with the red ball. That first half hour of every morning, you're looking for a bit of movement, maybe a bit of spice before the pitch dries up.
Yes.
But here, it's different.
Yes.
That first session is probably the batting session. Suranga Lakmal.
So Lakmal, who's operating today from the Church Street end. He wasn't seen yesterday, but he's come back in to have a spell. The senior bowler in this Sri Lankan team. Everything's down here in Belrive. The scoreboard's down. Wi-Fi's down. It's a bit of a ghost town. I think the power's gone out in a couple of areas, perhaps. 2 slips and a gully in for Lakmal. Labuschagne, who looked very comfortable last night, it must be said. Bowled okay too, with a couple of wickets. Leaves that one alone.
Good delivery. Just moved back in a wee bit. No changes in who's behind the stumps. It's still Sadira Samaravikrama with the gloves.
The men to fall so far. Matt Renshaw fell for 10 yesterday. Disappointing for him. Joe Burns for 22. So the plot thickens in terms of the Australian test set up for the Gabba next week. Oh, that was an edge and not carrying. Well, that's been a trend so far here at Belrive. The carry hasn't been there for the slippers. That was a genuine nick.
It was. And we've seen every defensive shot that has picked up an edge fall short of the slips.
Yes.
So should they move forward just a wee bit? We've watched it over a couple of days. Yes, they'll argue that there were a couple of catches that were taken with the fingers pointing up. That means there was bounce.
Burns in the second innings, Renshaw in the first innings.
But those were all attacking shots.
Yes.
And you back yourself to take the ball that's on the up. Much more difficult to pick up the one which is almost dying on you. So you creep in, you take that chance because you want to make the good ball count. And that's the edge of a defensive shot.
The veteran Lakmal continuing. Just a gentle bit of movement back into the off stump of the right-hander. Right in the middle of that Kookaburra bat of Labuschagne. He'd like to continue that trend over the next couple of weeks. Test series is almost upon us. 5th versus 6th it will be. The two nations which are very, very, very close together. Oh, that one did jag back in a bit more off the seam on that occasion. Oh, yes, that was a nice bit of deviation. Lakmal, who's nice and fresh after sunning himself yesterday and having a bit of a spell.
There was out there training for quite a bit, a lot of spot bowling, working with the fast bowling coach, Romesh Ratnayaka, obviously aware how important Suranga Lakmal will be to Sri Lanka's cause.
Yes.
Was pretty flat when he bowled in that first innings, and even in New Zealand wasn't himself, even though there was a 5-wicket haul. So just a gentle reminder of the basics. Get a bit more rhythm going so that he'll be ready for next week.
So we've seen enough of the league. You had to finish that over Sandakan, of course, and Kumara's going to start here from the river end with his bustling pace. He's always at you. I liked what I saw of him yesterday. I thought he bowled quite well. Eight overs, none for 20. He'll be bowling to the left-handed in-form Curtis Patterson, who's cutting and cut away delightfully for the first boundary of day 3 this morning. Curtis Patterson, he's seen them beautifully, moves to 34.
Poor delivery to start off with. Short, wide, not too much pace, just deserved the punishment. And Curtis Patterson, he's in no mood. He's got a liking to this attack. He's got a feel for the runs, and he knows what's on offer.
Ooh, a short one that just died a little bit on the way through. Not taken cleanly by Samara Wickrama. Just keeping a fraction low.
Just those two slips. A very wide gully.
So Curtis Patterson so still in his movement. Very minimal footwork as we've seen all week. But it's been effective on this good lowish batting wicket. Not a great deal of pace in it for the first couple of days. Really had to bend your back to get anything out of it. I thought Australian bowlers did quite well, and I like this guy yesterday, who's swinging away an outswinger past the edge of the left-hander.
First time he's gone full.
Did move quite a bit too.
Was the angle pitched?
Yes.
Pitched on a round off stump, which will generally invite the batsman to play a shot. We're seeing a bit of movement. We saw a bit of sideways movement from Lakmal from the other end, and here even for Lahiru Kumara. The pitch on the slower side, so you've got to stay fuller rather than shorter. Batsman seems to have plenty of time to hit that shorter one to wherever he wishes.
.157 in the first innings for Curtis Patterson. It was a tremendous performance, and that was on the back of early trouble for Cricket Australia. They were 2 for 23 for 25 there early on. Kamara has a little misfire. He will start again.
Strong breeze blowing across.
It is very blowy out there, wasn't it? I saw you punching out a bit of extra exercise this morning.
Yeah, need a bit of a sweat. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. We're past those teenage years where you could do anything.
No doubt about that, sadly. What a privilege it is here to be here watching the Sri Lankan outfit, and what's going to be the makeup of them next week is really quite fascinating. Repeating the good news from yesterday that Mendes avoided a break in his hand, and all being equal should be available next week for the first test, which is just tremendous news. The young 23-year-old who's been in very good form. That was the last thing that Sri Lanka needed, him not playing next week.
We saw him happy. The strapping that he had on yesterday had come off. Couldn't spot too much swelling on the finger either. So all looks good. Didn't participate in any of the fielding drills.
No need.
But if Sri Lanka do get an opportunity to bat again, he could come out. I think he's pulled up a lot better than initially thought. So if there's an opportunity to get him a hit, I think Sri Lanka will go for that.
So you think he might bat today?
I think he would.
Great. Terrific news.
And if Sri Lanka do bat, I think they'll get to bat in that important session, the last one, under lights.
Yes.
So that'll be an experience.
I sort of get the feeling that the Cricket Australia team perhaps least like to bat this session. So, you know, do we get another look at Will Pucovski, who I'm sure Greg Chappell, who's the resident selector down here, would like to see him spend some more time in the middle. Just the 23 in the first innings, but really did look so composed. 2 slips and a gully in play here now for Marnus Labuschagne. Up at his toes.
Looks a lot more compact today. Few runs behind his name, and he would have got an opportunity to sleep over it, drop off any doubts, come up with a better plan today and exactly what he wants to do and where he wants to take this innings with.
Now, on a good lead from Labuschagne. He'd love to spend the next couple hours here today really working on his game. As mentioned earlier, got a couple of wickets yesterday. I thought he bowled well. Probably his only bad ball actually got him his first wicket from memory.
The other one, of course, was a beauty, the one to get done.
It was a good, very good delivery. And that the delivery, his first wicket, it was a rank half tracker. Ooh, up on his toes again. Get a bit of extra bounce from Lakmal on that occasion. Bendy in the back. He's getting up on the... Drop that bottom hand and perhaps not getting the gloves on the bottom part of the handle.
But his real strength for Suranga Lakmal is to stay on this line there and thereabouts all the time. He's tall, so it releases it from quite a good height. It's got a good wrist and knows to use that seam. There we go. Bit of movement this way, that way. Gets him in. 2 for 104. We played 2 overs. This afternoon we started 8 minutes early just to make up on a couple of overs that we did lose due to a bit of a drizzle in your part of the world.
Yes, indeed. It was quite fortunate that it did stay away for the majority of the day.
After 30 overs, Cricket Australia 2 for 104.
Yes, it is very gusty today. The bit going on in Hobart, the bridge is, well, 4 of the 6 lanes, as you would have discovered this morning, closed down. There's plenty of roadworks going on, which has sort of shut half the city down today. Just again with his hands, Patterson, that steel body, and
now and again, just a little bit of uneven bounce.
yes.
Well, Tasmanians right behind the Hurricanes, isn't it? Yesterday after day's play.
Yes. Did you stay up in the end to watch that?
No, I
Fell
did.
asleep. Well, there's Patterson pirouetting and pulling down to fine leg for a single.
I like my sleep, so I
You do like
went
your
back
sleep,
and
don't you?
crashed. But we did head out for a bit of socializing after the day's play, and wherever we were, the moment the match started, everyone who was outside in the cold weather or whatever
Yes.
just popped in to this
Yeah.
sports bar type of place, and they just want to watch the cricket.
Yes.
Ended up being a very good game.
There was a resident 80s rock band there strumming a few tunes, and yes, you're right, the cricket was on and everyone was interested. What a terrific performance from the Hurricanes last night. Great game of T20 cricket. They were 3 for 7 early, the Scorchers, and then Sean Whiteman just got going. He's had a wretched run over the last couple of years with injuries, sadly, and he's a good keeper. Coincidentally, he nicked his quad last night and couldn't field. Then Nathan Coulter-Nile just went downtown at the end of that game, hitting some of the biggest sixes you ever see. But the Hurricanes, after being 5 for 90, they pulled off a fabulous come-from-behind victory. Patterson again, this time on the onside. George Bailey in really good touch. He's had a good tournament, hasn't he? 69 last night. But the return of James Faulkner was a highlight. He's a forgotten cricketer now. He's certainly had a couple lean years. His body, in particular his knee, has really troubled him now for a couple of years. But he too's had a terrific tournament. I wonder whether he can be someone that we shouldn't forget about with the World Cup in England with his all-round skills. That's a good York at that time by Kumara.
3 early wickets for him,
3 early wickets. He did cop a little bit with that last over when Nathan Gouldenile hit him into the stands, but he finished the game off 6-4-6 and had 16 to win the Hurricanes, and they only took 3 balls. And you see that swagger that James Faulkner was always known for was really back in full force. So I think it's good.
And even Andrew Ty not having the best of seasons, fair to say?
No, I'd have to agree with that. Not timing that time, Patterson. Yeah, you probably look at the best 2 genuine T20 bowlers in this country, Andrew Ty probably and Ben Lachlan. Both of them haven't had the best of seasons. But it is that sort of game, isn't it? Very fickle. 31 overs gone here at Bellerive. 2 for 106. Both Labuschagne and Patterson on 35. Looking very good indeed. We've got action here. The Wi-Fi's up, the scoreboard's up. We're all ready to go. Too many people in just yet.
When you said this country includes Tasmania as well, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, but
just confirming.
It does get forgotten about. The little chip down the end there just gets lost a bit at times. Big news, of course, with Josh Hazlewood out of the Test squad, which we're going to talk about a lot today. Jai Richardson getting his chance on the back of some good one-day performances. Chris Tremaine misses out, which has caused a little bit of heartache, especially for a lot of Victorian supporters. Tremaine, who's been in that squad all of the summer. Another leave from Labuschagne.
But
you like Richardson, don't you? What you've seen of him?
The little I've seen of him, he's got something about him. He's got that extra pace. He seems to make things happen all the time. If the decision was up to me, I would have gone with Richardson.
Yes, I agree. I would have gone Richardson too. I just think potentially there's just a little... Terrain's bowled well. Again, this game on a pretty tough pitch. He's a little bit stiff. I like Richardson. He just looks like he could have a little bit of star quality about him at the Test level. Very difficult decisions to be made there, in particular, as well as the Sri Lankan team. There's batting spots still up for grabs. Curtis Patterson, 157, won't be in the team. Not in the squad. Labuschagne is in the squad. Burns, Renshaw with 2 failures in both innings.
But who knows? If a batsman pulls up injured,
he'll be in.
There's still 5-6 days to go.
There is.
Well, that's how I got my Test debut.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
2 days prior to a Test match. The Roshan Mahanama, the then opener, got hit on his toe and fractured his toe. So
Got the phone call. Oh, probably the pitching carrier back then, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it all came from the Blues. Never expected to be there, and here we are. Life changed ever since, so who knows?
Yes.
You just don't know what can come your way.
Of course.
And it's always good to keep pegging away.
Yes.
Be true to yourself and
Yes.
to your ability, to what you believe in. You just don't know.
That's right. Russell Arnold and David Lithgow here in the broadcast box in Hobart. Day 3 of the tour match. Cricket Australia 2 for 106. Sri Lankans made 176 in their first innings. It was pretty much slow going in their 75 overs. Cricket Australia made 316. What did you make of the batting the night before and yesterday? What did you learn, if anything. Now again, and just leaning forward, Labuschagne looking very compact in his defence.
Well, we saw lots of positives, the way Curtis Patterson and then Jake Doran especially accumulate their runs, that partnership, the way they accelerated, showed some quality shots all round the wicket, and thoroughly enjoyed watching them bat. But from a bowling point of view, Sri Lanka were very good.
Yes.
Early, but it's strange to say, or it's strange though, but this really does happen. The game changes a lot. This was last evening, the wickets that fell, that was Joe Burns, who came out firing on all guns, 22 of 18 balls. First ball, 4 for Labuschagne.
Back live now.
And Kasun Rajitha then was brought in and was able to pick up the second wicket of Renshaw, who got a very good ball. Pitched up, coming back in. No doubt at all with that. Gentle medium pace from Karunaratne and Thirimana from the one end. But Curtis Patterson, this is start again. But he didn't. He's just continuing.
Certainly is.
From where he left off the previous day. So the point I was trying to make, David, is ball softens up, the pitch dries up, the fresh pitch. You're not going to get much. Sri Lanka kept attacking, kept trying so many things. And run making became very easy because everything had flattened out. That's where you need to identify moments and change your tact. Cricket Australia 11 did that really well. They gave nothing to hit. The plans changed. Yes, they realized, okay, we're not going to be able to blast the opposition out. We're going to have to work hard here. The field was set right round and the bowlers responded by bowling to it. They bowled wicket to wicket.
With a bounce from Kumar. Did he get it inside edge at all? I didn't think so live. The slip Gordon all went up. Plenty of shoulder through to the keeper.
It did hit him somewhere because it looped.
Oh, it definitely clipped the shoulder.
Yeah, it looked like he was through the shot way early.
Yeah, left shoulder by the look of it there. Yeah.
And the gloves and the bat had already passed the line of the ball when it arrived.
So that Brahma went up and he said that was out.
It's going to be blinded to a certain extent.
Or cutting this time with some power. Take that, Patterson says. Plenty of width from Kamara.
Yeah, he's searching for a wicket, yes. That's good. But you can't afford any width because this is what will happen. And when the runs start to flow, there's no pressure on the batsman. Of the fielding unit, the captain, he won't be able to set a proper field. He won't be able to get the catches where he wants to because he's got to defend. So that's where Cricket Australia 11 were very, very good. There was nothing to hit. Just wicket to wicket stuff. And when you lose a wicket, new batsman comes in or the equation changes a wee bit. That's when you attack.
Driving with that full face. Again, Patterson, he's a young man in control at the moment.
If you don't let the opposition run away with all those runs, the moment you pick up a wicket, you're still in the game. So they got to change gears a lot better. Unlike, as I mentioned before, unlike a usual day game, times to defend, times to attack, all be different.
Oh, another bouncer and just a real flick of the hips and hitting that in front of square this time, Patterson. Again, it was right on the eye line, well outside the line of off stump, but he is a happy hooker, Russell Arnold, isn't he?
He's playing it a lot better today. Just keep an eye on his eyes. He's watching it. On the very first day, he did play a few. He looked like...
Yes, great.
He looked like he was in trouble at certain times, but always his eyes were never on the ball. But whatever pull shots he's played in the second innings...
Slightly over-pitched on that occasion. You're exactly right. That first innings, on a number of occasions, he was even hooking the ones that were nearly a foot above his head, but he's completely turning his head. Hasn't done that this innings at all.
Yeah, it's been a real exhibition. If you want to tell someone or show someone, a young kid, this is how you play the pull shot, I reckon we got a perfect replay.
Yeah, so we might have another look at the head position there. From that other angle was terrific.
Obviously, David, the pace in the pitch has gone down a little bit.
Yes. Ball softened a fraction. 33 overs in now. 2 for 114. Did sit up a little bit more, in fairness, didn't it? There was a bit less zing off the wicket. It's going to be Lucknow again from the river end. This time to Labuschagne. Just looks very compact today, in control of his defensive shots. Real contrast between these two batters. Russell is very correct, isn't he, Marnus? He feet and body head position, it's all absolutely aligned, whereas Patterson relies on stillness and hands.
Strong base, then use the hands. Good from Lucknow.
Yeah, just chipping away, isn't he?
How good he's been, David. He's bowled 3.2 overs. He's yet to concede a run. So that's the type of bowling that's required. Stay there. All the runs that have been scored from the other end by Curtis Patterson. Because Kumara has been trying various things and has been offering those freebies.
Oh, and that one there just nearly sneaking onto the pads. Two for 114 midway through the 34th over. Saranga Lucknow is going to change his attack here now to around the wicket to the right-hander, which is unusual in many respects, changing the field dramatically. Deep square legs come up into the circle of forward square.
Now this is what they need to do from both ends. Pick it up, chip away, chip away. It's only a certain amount of time even a batsman would like to dot it up.
This time, change of angle, just getting it not quite right. Single down to fine leg.
And you work in partnerships. That might force the batsman to go hard at something or even play at something that just isn't there.
Do you like right arm around the wicket to a right-hander?
I don't mind it just to change things up. Just to see where he can go with it. Because even though Labuschagne scored nothing off Lucknow over 3.5 overs, it still covered it well. He was reading that line and judging whatever Lucknow had to.
Oh, the left-handed this time, and a late leave on that occasion for Patterson.
Looking to punch it on the up. So, a lot more confidence. He's searching for runs.
Oh, no, that wasn't a leave at all. He definitely played a shot. This angle will show that well. This is an unusual one because he sort of played the shot and realised he didn't want to leave. He wanted to leave and almost the ball was at him. He pulled away.
He's used to camping himself on the back foot at the other end.
Ball driving down the ground. There's runs here for the left-hander. Perhaps just the one.
A lot straighter, letting it just come into his arc and punch it down. And I guess he got caught in that mode for that first delivery. Lakmal bowling a much fuller length than Lahiru Kumara. It's also very interesting how batsmen or players just get caught in that little mode. Bowlers come up with plans to try and set batsmen up just for that simple reason. For example, if you can bowl an in swinger to a left-hander, you don't bowl it straight away. You keep taking it away, angle it away a few times. Left-handed batsmen, generally their heads will follow that ball, their weight starts going across. That's when you bowl the in-swinger. And you'll pick up a wicket like what you did with Renshaw. You give him a different impression of what's happening out there. And then you bowl, or you try and bowl, that wicket-taking ball you look to set up. Dilruwan Perera replaces a little erratic Lahiru Kumara this afternoon.
I feel like Pereira's got a little bit to play for today. I'm not sure that his spot is absolutely secure at the Gabba. Do they go with the 4 quicks? Do they take a risk with the Chinaman? A few questions to be asked for.
No catches in place. There's a fielder on the sweep. And there's also a deep point for Curtis Patterson.
Tip and run. Off for a single. Home comfortably.
Should never have been a single. Have to maintain that intensity even though it's just a practice match. Kasun Rajitha fielding at a position pretty close to the stumps. And should have made sure that Curtis Patterson doesn't get these easy singles.
On the back foot, Labuschagne finds the gap. Multiple runs here for the Queenslander. Take his score up to 38. Patterson's 45, 2 for 119. That lead looking quite healthy indeed now, 259. So plenty of time to set up a potential chance of an outright victory later this afternoon.
Just wondering if the plans are to bat as much as possible and get everyone a hit from a Cricket Australia 11's point of view.
Speaking with Scott Boland last night, he sort of half said, you know, maybe they'd like 2 sessions of bowling potentially.
Oh, really?
But yeah, it's interesting. What is the A game here? Is it to have these 2 bat some time? Is it to have a look at Pucovski, Sanger, another opportunity?
Why I'm thinking it would be a batting day is because we didn't see anyone warming up here.
Yes.
Generally, when you go into the nets, good from Rajitha. That's how you need to do it. Attack it. Means you're just preparing yourself only for batting.
Last ball of the 35th over. Flat delivery, and Patterson turns it into the onside for a dot ball. So 2 for 120, Marnus Labuschagne 39. Curtis Patterson 35. Pereira's first over cost him 4 runs. After Russell Arnold, it'll be Matt Taylor join us here in the commentary box at Bellerive.
Spell from Lakmal, 4-over spell. A few overs from Lahiru Kumara, and now spin from both ends. Dilruwan Pereira. The 1 over. And Lakmal at the far end being replaced by Dhananjaya De Silva. So I reckon from a Sri Lankan point of view, this is even a ball out. It's still looking good, hard. Few scratches, of course. We've played 180 overs on it. But nothing to indicate that there's going to be any terrors in it. The green grass that was there on the first day kind of burning off somewhat. Leg slip and a slip in place for Dhananjaya De Silva. Good afternoon, Matthew.
Good afternoon, Russell. This is an interesting little period here with both off spinners operating. It's a nice cut shot by Labuschagne. He's timed that beautifully.
Short and wide, opportunity there. He's been biding his time quite a bit. Marnus Labuschagne, Lakmal bowled very, very well, and almost all his deliveries were to him. Rode that period.
Oh, down the wicket, Marnus Labuschagne. Is that going to go all the way? No, it just plugs, in fact, in the outfield. Well, it looked like he got a good piece of that, but perhaps the fact that they took off for a few runs straight away and didn't admire the shot might have gave us a clue to how well he got it. But a bit of intent here against the spin.
Yeah, at the end of the day, he's glad he's got just enough to get it over mid-on. Bottom of the bat.
And again, there's some real intent from Labuschagne. I find this interesting, though, that we have a subcontinental team in Australia with no, I guess, defined locked-in spinner. The fact we're having this discussion at all is probably a bit interesting. I think if India came over, it was Ashwin was always the #1, injured, Jadeja into the side, Kuldeep as well, but there was a bit of a hierarchy there, if you like. And perhaps here, not so much for Sri Lanka.
More runs. Tossed up, but Labuschagne gave himself room. Got that front foot out of the way so he can hit it to that off side where there's no fielder in the deep. That's a top quality shot. Look at how he adjusts his body to access that area on the offside.
That's right, it's
He's
only
on
subtle.
He's on to 49, Labuschagne.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Russell. It's only a subtle movement just to open up the body slightly instead of getting that foot to the pitch of the ball, as they say. Getting that ball foot more outside the leg stump.
Dilruwan Pereira around the wicket to the left-handed Patterson. 10 runs off that last over from Dhananjaya De Silva. Got to make sure that you don't let it drift, because then it becomes very frustrating for players and your confidence will take a battering. Slightly aerial.
Straight away, though, there's been no real defensive shots against the spin, has there? They're really looking to not let these spinners settle into a rhythm.
Yeah, you made a very valid point. Spin, first-class cricket in Sri Lanka, they play on spin-friendly wickets. So spinners really don't develop their skills for better wickets. And that's what you're seeing here. Yeah, it is extremely surprising. It might not have an immediate impact or make the inroads that you would on a turning pitch, but still, you've got to give something to the game. You can't just be leaking 5 runs and over and walk away. So it is indeed very, very disappointing from a Sri Lankan point of view. We are into the 3rd day here. It's the first session of 3rd day's play in this practice match between Cricket Australia 11 and Sri Lanka. 75 over first innings. No restrictions. For the batting in the second, the applause because Marnus Labuschagne gets to 50 by just knocking that down the ground. It's been a good knock. Patient. He's played some wonderful shots.
Yeah, and the only real chance that I can think of is that edge that fell just short of slip earlier this afternoon. But yeah, rode out a difficult period against the newer ball last night and reaping the rewards.
Sliding into the left-hander. Just as we saw yesterday, a lot of the deliveries hitting the bat pretty low. Basically, the spinners kidding on. Milking the spinners, these two batsmen. It's 2 for 133.
You talk about the different skills required bowling spin on different wickets, and perhaps it's more noticeable one particular thing about, I guess, the angle of the release for finger spinners as opposed to wrist spinners. For the finger spinners, subcontinental wickets, a lot of side spin. Look at someone like a Nathan Lyon in Australia, all about the overspin and the bounce, and that gets also the drop as well, whereas probably the slight variations of release point and the bit more side spin on the subcontinental wickets, bowling into the wicket and allowing those crumbling decks to do the work for you. Some will really spin, some might slide straight on. And I think, you know, in recent years, a great exponent of that was Rangana Herath, who would continually, consistently drop his left-arm orthodox spinners on that same length, and the natural variation would almost do a lot of the work for him at times. As we see another bowling change.
That's true. In pitches where there's bounce, going over the top really does work. But when there's lesser bounce, there are a lot of undercutters just making that straight one count. You've got to bring the stumps into play. Therefore, the variation is the one that you go over. Lairu Kumara, change of ends. Placing Dhananjay De Silva, who had the 1 over but conceded 10 runs. So another 80 overs remaining in the day's play.
Just to round out that point about the finger spin as well, a great example of the difference in conditions, we're talking about the bounce and variation of bounce across the world, is that the last time Australia went to Sri Lanka, I think very confused in the way they were playing the spin, and we discussed that a little last night to anyone who's tuning in there. A lot of LBWs, very difficult for a finger spinner to get LBWs in Australia. See someone like Nathan Lyon in the test matches against India, the number of times he had LBW decisions overturned on DRS, the ball found to be bouncing over the stumps, whereas from sliding on in with the arm, and Sri Lanka brings about a reward for that straighter delivery.
Stephen O'Keefe,
Yep.
the type of bowler who could use that slide.
Yes.
His style of bowling. Nathan Lyon goes way over the top. Old-fashioned, very, very good. Graham Swan and now Nathan Lyon in recent times. Dilruwan Pereira to a certain extent goes way over the top. He's not a tall lad. Are probably the old-fashioned spinners in the game, the likes of Ravichandran Ashwin, It's got a bit of mystery to him. He uses those balls that he does flick. Ravindra Jadeja, a lot quicker. Pulls it bang into the wickets. Yes. And, the pace you bowl, depending on whatever wickets or wherever you're playing, is also important. Bit of a hold up. Smacked that ball and it seems to have gone or lost its shape. Subcontinent wickets also, you've got to go up and down at a slower pace. The slower you bowl, the more results you'd get. The quicker you bowl, you might not get the same bite, especially in Sri Lanka. India is a little different. So you've got to identify these little subtle changes that you do have to make. The sooner you adjust, the more of an impact that you will have.
Yeah, and it's also, you think of the development of spin bowling, and I mean, there's, in many respects, the art of traditional finger spin is an easier one to master than that of wrist spin. But the trade-off is that finger spinners in Australia don't get a lot of turn, and they tend to be playing on a first day wicket every Saturday. You know, the groundsman does have a whole week to prepare the wicket even for day 2 of the match. So you sort of, your first and second grade levels on some of the really high quality grounds around Australia, of which there's many, the ground staff do a fantastic job. There's often not a lot of purchase there for the finger spinners for the majority of the match, and it sometimes makes mastering that wicket ball quite difficult for the traditional spinner, and it really then it also emphasises again coming over the top and getting the bounce as opposed to the sideways spin. Just a little bit more discussion about the state of this ball here. It looks like it's going to be changed.
Opportunity for a bit of hydration for everyone. It's quite a warm day, even though there is a strong breeze blowing across. Yep. Finally, we've decided what type of ball we're going to have. A change. As it usually happens, a bit of a show of the ball to the batsman. Lairu Kumaro is ready. Two for 134. Marnus Labuschagne 50. Curtis Patterson following up on his 157 in the first innings, unbeaten 157. Is now on 48. He's at the non-strikers end though. but the umpires pick out a ball that is quite similar to the condition of the previous delivery, but it's worked for Lahiru Kumara. He's got one to go through, and the slips have obliged. Short legs in place, deep square leg sneaks out. Greeted with a short one straight away. Successful over from Lahiru Kumara, 3 for 134.
At the end of 38 overs, the Cricket Australia 11 are 3 for 134.
Dismissed off the short ball in the first innings. Pucovski and Jason Sangha, who should be in next. Geez, that was flying. That really was flying. Well, you'll have to put that down as ball caught Dhananjaya De Silva. Surprised the batsman, surprised the fielder. There was a big one for the taking for Labuschagne. 48 then to Curtis Patterson.
Yeah, eyeing off another milestone in this match, Patterson. Little false start there, maybe. Not much spin here for Pereira at the moment. Just 2.1 overs into his spell.
No spin at all. Just sliding on, friendly pace. Not asking any questions of the batsman thus far. He's had it tough. New Zealand was tough, where Kane didn't find any spin, and his confidence would obviously take a battering. It's got to be strong. It's got to be, got to dig deeper actually, to try and find that pace and rhythm.
Maybe a little bit of turn there. Pucovski on the back foot to a full delivery, just tentatively prodding that one back. Some natural variation. Yeah, so Pereira's test record at home, 100 wickets at 28.4. Away, that average goes up to 45. Not surprising, but work to do.
There will always be that difference. Spinning conditions, obviously, a spinner will do a lot better. He'll come into the game a lot earlier, but really won't happen in places like New Zealand. They think it's bad first. Simon Fry doesn't think so, but a better over from Dilron Pereira that time. Pucovski still to get off the mark. It's 3 for 135. The lead up to 275.
A replay there of Pucovski swaying away. No doubt the short ball will be a tactic used against him, and good to see some families on the hill today as well. Final match, final day of this match on the weekend, so no work for a lot of parents. Smattering of people in the crowd.
Smart catch to dismiss Marnus Labuschagne. The only wicket to fall this afternoon.
Still 2 men out on the hook for Patterson. Some suggestion that he'll keep playing the shot, and it says probably...
Should stay away from that delivery though. It's all right to have the feel, let him think about the short one, but keep pegging on that off stump. Get it up there. Get Patterson driving. Rides that That was leg side-ish. Just swiveled and got it very, very fine. 50 for the second time in this game. 157 in the first innings. It's on to 53 now. Patterson of 83 deliveries. Make form count. When you're feeling good, when you're seeing it well, that's when you need to really make the big ones. And he seems to have that hunger to do that. Lairu Kumara, I think, is better off bowling on off stump and angling it away from Patterson rather than using that short ball. He's tried it for quite a bit, but Patterson's really played it a lot better than what he did in the first innings.
Yeah, and we saw with Labuschagne edging to slip as well that there's still something there for a bowler of Kumara's pace on a good length.
Shot again, hammered, front of square. Fielder in the deep, he'll pick it up. It wasn't too far from him, but there was no chance to move.
Oh, he's a good player, Curtis Patterson. He's seeing those short ones so early, and depending on the line, he's hitting it forward of the deep square, or as we saw earlier in the over, fine of that long leg. This is good to watch.
Eyes on the ball, watching it all the way. That's a better line. That's a better length. It's not the type of wicket which you're going to rush batsmen. You have to come up with a plan and be a little bit more patient. Patterson able to pick up boundaries at will. You will not be able to bring out a false shot out of him. He just doesn't need to search for runs. On the shorter side.
Yes, just get the impression here that there might be a little bit of frustration for Kumara against Patterson, but ultimately he's not bowling to his field, is he? We've got a 6-3 field here, and we've seen 4 deliveries hit for runs through the leg side. So, yeah, perhaps not giving himself every chance of building that pressure, but again, if we're in a situation where Patterson only really needs to score at his own rate, then maybe having 2 men out on the hook and looking to induce that false shot might be the go. But nevertheless, moved on to 60 very quickly, Patterson. 87 balls. He's looking good.
Pereira. He will continue. Kasun Rajitha leaves the field and Suranga Lakmal comes back on. 16 players in Sri Lanka's touring party. We've seen 14 of them feature in this game, either with the bat or ball. Kusal Mendis, who should have batted, didn't bat, so he's one of those missing out so far. And Kusal Pereira. Looking at trying to give everyone somewhat of an opportunity in trying to decide on the final 11 leading into that test match starting in Brisbane on Thursday. Good use of the feet. Knew exactly where he wanted to hit it. 4 more to Patterson. He's making a move.
You'd love watching batsmen come down the wicket to the spin and beating the field between the bowler and the fielder. So beating mid-on there to his right, hitting it all the way along the ground. Yeah, that's great batting.
And very similar to the pace that he batted in the first innings. After getting to 50, he kind of really took off. Started scoring very, very quickly from then on. And we're seeing that same trend here. 150 up. The batted 40 overs, so scoring at a healthy rate, almost at 4 runs and over.
Something about these CA11 matches and the scoring rate, the confidence against the touring side, against India in the 4-dayer. Can't remember exactly the score, but they put on an enormous score, 500 and something, I think, with Harry Nielsen, Aaron Hardy making hundreds. Just scoring it. Will Darcy Short made a quick fire 70. They were going at more than 6 and over in the first session.
Ran with the shot. Suranga Lakmal stays down. Heavily strapped right hand. Seeing quite a few of these Sri Lankan players carrying niggles. Lakmal there, not happy. Kusal Pereira, Kusal Mendis taking a blow. Roshan Silva with a heavily strapped hand. 3 for 151. Lead up to 291. Renshaw went for 10, Burns 22. This happened yesterday, late yesterday. Dhoni man dismissed today. Labuschagne for 50. Patterson 65 not out. So effectively 222 not out in this game. Pucovski 5 deliveries faced so far, still to get off the mark. Lairu Kumara. It's got the 2 slips in the gully, the deep square leg and the fine leg in place. There's also a deep point for Curtis Patterson. Don't think Sri Lanka will mind that. Get him off strike. Ball to the new batsman. Square leg stays out for him. And the short leg moves into place. Made 23 in the first innings, Pucovski, before he holed out to fine leg, trying to take Dushmantha Chamira's short ball on. Oh, good delivery, just jagging back ever so slightly. The thinking off that top edge, that's why square leg and fine leg quite a distance in from the boundary line. Suranga Lakmal is of course not happy, pounding to that right hand while trying to field a delivery in the previous over. He's off the field. So that's not a good sign for the Sri Lankans. That's his bowling hand. And you'd wonder, could it affect his grip?
Yeah, interesting just looking at this field to Pucovski as well. We're talking about men out on the hook shot, but the squarer of the 2 fielders, he's, as you say, a long way in from the boundary. He's probably 15 metres from the umpire maybe, and he's just loitering in a bit of no man's land, but just trying to tease Pucovski to take him on.
With on offer, misses out. Make him wait. Yeah, the obvious thing in the batsman's mind will be the short ones coming. So stay away from that. Give him a length that he would least expect at this point. Here's Kumara. This is good. Very good from Kumara.
Yeah, that was quick and zeroing in on the pads. Pucovski jamming right down on that one. Good to see the Sri Lankans testing Pucovski out as well. They don't want him to feel like he can get on top and ease into an innings and then potentially face them again in a week's time.
Too short. Did think so. Late call, but it did come finally. Wide, as it was way over the head of Pucovski. And that was an easy one for him to judge to and get under, because that was pitched very, very short. Still to get off the mark. 10 deliveries faced by Pucovski. 3 for 153.
Yeah, so 42 overs gone in this innings. Patterson, as we say, he's accelerated quickly. 66 from 94.
3 for 153 and lead by 293.
Just looking around the grounds as well. Sydney Sixers, 4 for 61. The raging hot favourites in this second WBBL semi. Nearly 13 overs gone. But importantly, Elise Perry is still at the wicket. So, in reality, anything can still happen there. So I welcome back into the commentary position David Lithgow. And
yeah, that's an interesting game of WBBL. What a catch that was in the last game that we saw. The Brisbane Heat Hades catch on the boundary line was an absolute classic. Brisbane Heat get through, and as you see with T20 cricket, Sydney Sixers, the unbeatable Sixers, they were in a bit of trouble, as you said, Perry, at the crease. This is the focus now for the rest of the afternoon for me, is Will Pucovski. Can he get going and play an innings, and potentially let's see if he can force his way in to that test team? I'd like to see it.
cuts away. That's 4, so he's away. Pucovski gave himself some room nicely there.
Yes, he did indeed. The battles within the battles. Labuschagne's 50 today. I'd be pretty surprised if he wasn't at the Gabba next week. Patterson 67 not out. We know he's not going to be. Pucovski. And then, of course, from a Sri Lankan perspective, the spinners, Pereira now operating. 5 overs, or into his 5th over, none for 18. Sanderkant's been okay. But, you know, dilemmas in both sides, which is shows how both teams have been going of recent times, I guess, and it adds to the intrigue to the first test at the Gabba next week.
Sure does. And I think, you know, if you think of, we made an analogy yesterday, I think it was with Russell Arnold, that Ashwin provided a lot of control in conditions outside of the subcontinent for Virat Kohli that allows his pace bowlers to do a lot of work. Nice single there. Whereas here at the moment, if you think of the Sri Lankan spinners not making a huge impact in terms of wickets, then who's providing the control? And at the moment, you'd be looking to Pereira for that, and he's not quite providing it. A number of balls that are easily finding their way to the boundary, going at 3.8 runs and over, same as Sanderkant. So at the moment, who the Sri Lankan spinner should be at the Gabba, not exactly cut and dry.
Or if there will be a spinner, of course. You know, you've got De Silva who can toss out an off spinner. Russell Arnold has surmised in the other option, which is playing the 4 quicks. Interesting discussions going to happen in both camps over this weekend and during the week. Jai Richardson into the Australian squad.
And what a brave selection that is. And what I mean by that is there's been bowlers. Tremaine's been in the squad of recent times. Michael Nisa toured the UAE. That said, Richardson did actually tour South Africa, but Peter Siddle's in and around the squad as well. Chris Tremaine playing here. Scott Boland's been in form. But the player who has shown himself to have the capacity to take big international wickets, that of course being Virat Kohli a number of times in the ODI series, is
How many
Richardson.
times? 3?
Each game, I'm pretty sure.
Each game.
Definitely games 1 and 3, and I'll just have to check on.
He's definitely jumped over a couple, Jai Richardson, hasn't he? And that just goes to show in the modern cricket that T20 cricket, one-day cricket, you know, it's not just the 4-day game which selectors are invested in with their talent.
The thick inside edge from Pucovski. Good running. See him get 2. And yeah, on that point though, Richardson has taken, I think 19 wickets in the Shield so far this season in 5 games he's played, not the 6, but he did take a big bag at the Optus Stadium against New South Wales as well. So, you know, he's certainly not a bolter by any stretch, but conventional thinking might have had him behind a few, but he's the man in form and has shown himself in Australian colours to have some talent.
So is this young man, Will Pucovski, very balanced at the crease. You'll watch him here for the duration of time he's there, how still he is, how compact.
He sure is, and this is a big spell here for Lakmal as well. Copped a blow on the wrist not long ago. And he's a senior bowler in this Sri Lankan side. Just to get his radar firing before the Gabba. Again, low on the bat. So out of the Sri Lankan bowlers, we've seen 9.
Yes.
Kumar and Chamira, the wicket takers. I think we can probably not spend too much time talking about Karunaratne and Tiramani, but of all the bowlers we have seen, who has impressed you and who do you think is going to make an impact against Australia?
Well, I'm just going to pen my 11, whatever that's worth, shortly. It's flicked off the hip nicely by the Victorian. For both sides, I've just...
Well, this is good, but we'll give you some time to do your working, as they say in a maths test, show your working. And we'll come to you for those 11s shortly.
Well, you don't have to wait too long, because I reckon I've got mine. I've picked my Australian team.
Okay.
So Greg Chappell doesn't have to worry about any work anymore. It's done. Sorted.
Excellent. I hope he's tuned in. Got the earpiece in over in the Western Stand there.
And I haven't quite finalised. I think the Sri Lankan setups are even a fraction more difficult about their balance. Do they go the spinner? This man here, Lakmal, will obviously be part of the setup. Curtis Patterson won't be. 157 not out the first innings, 67 not out today.
So he's 224 not out in the match, Curtis Patterson, and he's not going to find his way on the plane to Brisbane. Just goes to show you. You know, that's a good sign, though. That, you know, we talk about there not being competition for places or whatever, but clearly there is, because there's a man knocking on the door who's not in the side now.
Yes.
So that's a good thing. Maybe not for Curtis Patterson when he goes home this weekend, but, you know.
Well, I'm going to open up with Joe Burns, and Harris holds his spot at the top of the order. I think that's pretty safe and secure. Everyone's going to have Harris in their team. He's done enough. Gee, that's a good shot, isn't it? On the back foot again with minimal footwork, but balance the key. A little bit of width from Lakmal and dispatched.
Not much is there, just the slightest hint of width. He just opened the hands ever so slightly as we're going to take some refreshments, it looks like.
Well, let's just, I'm going to go with Burns and Harris. Kawaja at 3, Labuschagne 4, head 5. Will Pucovski will make his test debut, batting number 6. The captain, Tim Payne, at 7. Cummins, Stark, Lyon, Richardson will be my 11 for the test next week. I want to play Renshaw, but I can't pick him. Sadly, there's no bigger fan of Renshaw than me, but he'll get his chance again, but just on a lack of runs, he's not getting a game, sadly. Joe Burns missing out again here today and yesterday, but his consistency gets him a spot. Now, as you mentioned yesterday, there's a number of ways you can go here. Kawaja can open, Burns can go down the order, those things potentially, but that's the 11 that I'm going to go to. Have a think about yours over the break, mate, and I'd like to hear what you're thinking. And Russell Arnold's going to have his final Sri Lankan team for us before the next break at tea. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage here. Australia Road 3 for 166. We'll be back in a few minutes' time.
So we're back, and it's a change of bowling at the river end. Lakshan Sandakan is on to bowl his left arm wrist spin. So welcome back in David Lithgow. David, you've just named your side. Is it a winning side?
Is it a winning side? Well, that's a good question. Yes, I'd probably be favouring the Australians, but I'm seeing a very even series indeed. I think the Sri Lankans will be up for the fight. Sandakan, the leg spinner. I don't think I can fit him in. I'd like to play the leggy, but the conditions at the Gabba, I'm not sure they're going to be that conducive. It's just flat batted down the ground.
So
Nathan Lyon's got a good record up there, of course, and
yep.
Sheik of Tweak had an amazing record at the Gabba.
Yeah, good place for spin, and I think that's why Sri Lanka can't afford to leave a spinner out. Just that extra bounce, something different.
Patterson just so comfortable with everything he's doing at the moment.
You mentioned that you think it might be a tight series. I'm going to say I don't think it will be.
Sure. Well,
I suspect that this is the end of a long and brutal trip for Sri Lanka. See Pucovski tip and run. And, you know, that trip to New Zealand, save for the day when they batted and didn't lose a wicket, but now here without Angelo Matthews, it's just going to be really hard for them in conditions under lights that are just not conducive. And, you know, here as well, Australia A have scored at will in this match, which is a concern for the bowling unit.
That no Matthews is definitely where, if Matthews was playing, I'd be confident that they could absolutely put up a really good competitive fight. I still think they're going to be pretty competitive. But whether they can adjust to these Australian conditions, pink ball in Brisbane, and then of course the test in Canberra, which will be pretty flat, you'd imagine.
Yeah, it would. So Sandakan with a leg, a short leg that is. Good cut shot behind square. Really nice timing, Pucovski. And, you know, if they wanted to take an aggressive side in, this is the man I'd pick, Sandakan, because the wrist spinners do have a good record at the Gabba. You know, as you mentioned, Shane Warne loved to bowl there. The wrist spinners particularly have bowled well in recent years for the Brisbane Heat there. I know, different game, but they've enjoyed the bounce. And maybe there's something to be said for taking that aggressive option against Australia's likely, how many, 4 left-handers in the top order? You just never know what, 3 or 4 left-handers, depending on the makeup of the side.
Well, from the last test at Christchurch, there's going to be at least 2 enforced changes. We know Matthews is not there. Gunathalaka won't be playing. He's injured, but I'm not sure he would have got a game either. His form hasn't been great of recent times. So there's a hole at the top of the order, and there's a big hole of Angelo Matthews, who generally bats 5 for Sri Lanka.
Right, so Lakmal's around the wicket from the northern end. 4 men on the leg side, 2 out on the hook. And it's tied in the off stump. It's a good resumption after the interval for Lakmal.
I think Silva will hold his spot in the top order. Dick Willer will be the keeper. I think Lakmal, Shamira, Kumara will be the bowlers. It's whether Pereira holds his spot. Now, he'll bat a little bit better than Lakshan Sandakan will, of course.
Four more.
Golly, that's a good shot. That was done with such ease, and that raced away behind point for a boundary.
Yeah, the timing is all there, isn't it? It's also that deep backlift. He's not got the hands too far back behind his body, but he's got the wrist cock right up. And he gets great power through the ball there, and it's only a check drive, but actually the bat's been in motion for quite some time by the time it makes contact. Yeah, he's enjoying the conditions here.
So that's spinner. So Pereira, I'm with you. I'm definitely playing a spinner. So whether it's Pereira or Sandakan, I have a real concern with the top of the order. You know, does Thiramane come back in for another opportunity? he has struggled a bit at test level. He's had a number of opportunities, 30-odd in this game. Spent a bit of time in the middle.
No real fluency, though, to that innings.
No.
Karunaratne definitely looked more comfortable.
Karunaratne will be playing. So there's a spot at the top order and another middle order spot to fill.
Some adjustments again, that man. 2/3 of the way to the boundary. He's just in front of square now for Pucovski, and a leg slip. Pulling in front of square. Gets that one to ground. Just, David, you and I have an eye on the WBBL semi-final. Dane van Niekerk, the South African all-rounder, has gone bang over the leg side. 4 for 105 are the sixes in the ninth, or just about to complete the 18th over, that is.
It's not a bad comeback. They've partnership now well in excess of 60, giving the sixes something to work with. What a terrific day's cricket for the women at Drummoyne Oval today. Blackmail continuing here. Oh!
It's a variable bounce, just hung a little bit low, slow off the wicket, and it's beat Patterson between bat and pad. Yeah, definitely staying low. He wasn't too happy with that at all, Patterson.
Doing a bit on the seam as well, didn't it? So that lead now 318. So you'd imagine that Pucovski has got maybe the next 50-odd minutes to force his way into that team. I mean, you'd like to think that that's not going to be the be-all and end-all of making his debut, but a little 43 not out here or something would help his cause a little bit. Can Patterson get back-to-back hundreds and really keep his name just around about where a lot of people think he should be? Chinaman to continue now from the river end.
Yeah, just having a little look around the field. Interesting here for Patterson. There's a leg gully in place. A whitish leg slip, if you want to call it that, for perhaps the wrong one. Other than that, sweepers on the off and leg sides for Sandakan. That's more good running. Gee, they've taken mid-on and mid-off on well today. Slight adjustments again. The leg slip's still in for Labuschagne, though. Pucovski, beg your pardon, the right-hander. It's a bit of an opportunity to state his case here for Sandakan.
Oh, no doubt about that. Yep. A couple of wickets would do him the world of good.
And he can learn a lot from the success Kuldeep Yadav had against his Australian side, really giving it a chance to rip. That's a lovely wrong, and that's gone a long way. Not quite directed on line as Bradman. Oh, sorry, you go.
He's got some tools. I don't think there's any doubt about that. There's another one.
And that one just had Pucovski guessing. See the lines just a little bit tighter the best place to pitch those wrong-uns is just around that off stump or just outside, the same place you'd pitch your leg break. And it just has them guessing whether or not they've read it, whether there's a need to play. A little more sloppy fielding from Sri Lanka. They've just not been as sharp as they could be. 3 for 181.
Yeah, that ball now 47 overs old. The pink ball again in this game proving most difficult for that first 10 or 12 overs in particular, where it does swing around quite a bit. However, it does soften. So batting conditions really good. Patterson 80 not out. Will Pucovski 14.
Spin from both ends. 2 men in the deep for Pucovski. It's Pereira who's been swung around. So he's looked comfortable, Pucovski. 14 from 29 deliveries. Used his feet well against the spinners, trying to make a bit of room.
So you've got the spinners, Lankan, Pereira working in tandem. Little match race, perhaps. We've talked about the Burns Renshaw one as these two vying for the spinner's spot at the Gabba next week. Both wicketless at this stage. Patterson on 80.
So assured, isn't he? The ball's just hitting the middle of the bat every time, even in defence. He's just working the field around. Another single. Yeah.
He's done that well, hasn't he? Just keeps picking the gaps.
It's just ever so slightly opening the face to run that one through the gap square of the wicket they keep leaving for him. I like Pucovski's footwork here against the spin. He's picked the length early and he's been coming down or getting deep in his crease and opening up the angles. Here he goes again. That one's not too wide. Gets it away through point for a single. 48 overs gone. It's 3-4-1-8-3. David Lithgow will be with you, and joining him will be Russell Arnold.
So Pereira, none for 21 off his 6 overs. Sandakan, none for 31 off his 8. Really interesting stage. Many decisions for both sides. Spots up for grabs. Russell Arnold.
11 of them.
Yes, there is. Well, not 11. But yes, technically very true. What are you making of Pucovski second time round seeing him.
He's settling in. Likes to get on the back foot quite a bit. Very tentative when he did walk in. Understandable. 20-year-old. Coming with a lot of raps, and that's why he finds himself in the Australian Test squad. Not 100% sure he's ready yet for the next step. But with most of the youngsters, you're taking a punt just to see how they go.
That's okay as well, isn't it?
You're entitled to a wild card also. Now and again, that's how you do end up finding those special talents. And he really doesn't have to take the test match or anything by storm either. A lot of players need some time to settle in. I remember Kane Williamson, picked by New Zealand straight after an under-19 campaign. First series was Sri Lanka. Out for a duck, dismissed again, but they persevered with him because they saw something.
That's
and
right.
At that stage, a lot of people would have raised their eyebrows.
What are you doing?
But there's something obviously with people in the system who know a little bit more, I guess, of temperaments, of mindsets of players. Not everything pays off, but there are lots of it. There are certain decisions that do come off. 3 for 185, the lead 325. Even for Sri Lanka, Kusal Mendis, he was picked up from nowhere. There were other players in the list who were way above him in terms of the picking order, but brought him in, and he's not looked back. He's actually developed, and he's made his mark. People are taking note. Even around the world, people are talking about him. So there are decisions that do come through, and if you don't take those punts now and again, you're not going to find special talents either. So.
Yeah, I've got him playing the first test, and I think he's absolutely worth the punt. Pereira bowling to him now.
Pucovski.
Yeah, yeah, I've got him in the team. I just can't find room for Renshaw based on his form this year. Joe Burns will open with Harris. Oh, is that one there nearly a nick through to the keeper?
He played that on line. Wasn't too short, but
kept a bit low.
Did keep a bit low, but he was looking to use that line, that width on offer, to score some runs. Good way to respond, get off strike. Very busy between the wickets. Curtis Patterson, on the other hand, he's eyeing up twin hundreds. Magnificent, what a turnaround.
Amazing.
Just needed a bit of turn there, Dilron Pereira, which he hasn't seen.
Yeah, Burns, Harris, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Head, Will Pucovski at 6, Payne, Cummins, Stark, Lyon, Richardson would be the 11 that I would go for. I just can't fit Renshaw in, sadly. Burns,
so you've got Burns
Harris, and Harris at the top. Khawaja, Labuschagne, Head at 5. Will Pucovski at 6. Payne, the captain, at 7. Cummins 8. Stark, Richardson, Lyon. However, those bottom couple go.
And who are the others in the squad?
So we've got
Renshaw,
Renshaw, of course.
Siddle.
Peter Siddle might be playing. He's done a bit of that tip and run again. That's a bit tight. He's quite speedy, isn't he, between wickets, Pucovski, and makes the early decision.
Very good. Run with the shot. He's running to the danger end. I think it's probably, from a Sri Lankan point of view, these are singles that you cannot concede. I think it's about Patterson getting to 100. I think it's about getting Patterson on strike. That's why Pucovski is taking off. You did mention Scott Boland told you that they'd look for a couple of sessions of bowling.
Yes.
If that's the case, we're about 23 minutes away from the tea break. So I think what Pucovski is doing, he's being busy. He's trying to help his partner to a very special milestone. Cricket Australia have batted 50 overs in their second innings, the 3 for 188, 68 more overs remaining, 328 the lead. Wickets to fall, Renshaw 10, Burns 22, that was yesterday. Labuschagne, the only wicket to fall today. Caught in the slips of Lairu Kumara for a 50. Happened just as the ball was changed. Poor. Very poor from Sandakan. And Sadira Samaravikrama also not up to it. So the runs just keep leaking.
Yeah, so Siddle and Renshaw out of the squad, won't not to play in that test. I think that's what I've come up with. Burns is flexible, he can bat anywhere in the order, but I think he's the safest bet to perhaps team up with Harris. Kawaja could open as well. I think Richardson now in the squad, he overtakes Siddle for mine, and
I'd play Richardson.
So I've got you on the clock. I've got you on the clock to name your 11 for the Sri Lankan team. And it's going to give you another 10 minutes to decide which spinner you're going to play, if any. Of course, there is the option of playing four seamers and De Silva perhaps.
The only benefit of having Dilruwan Pereira in as the spinner is that he bats at 8. You go with the four seamers, which I'm increasingly thinking of that line because there's no control or anything coming from a spinner.
Chamira, Lakmal, Kumara
and Rajitha have all four of them going. Use Dhananjay De Silva to help out to block up some overs if you require, because Sandakan and Dilruwan Pereira just not asking any questions at all. So that's a headache for the Sri Lankans. Matthew earlier made a very good point in saying that surprising that a subcontinent team is out here and they don't know, or they don't have a spinner to make somewhat of an impact. Which really is true. And really shocking from a Sri Lankan point of view. So why were you giving me 10 minutes? Is it to get all
you don't need
to get the spelling in?
Okay,
is it?
no. Well, you've got I need the two top order batsmen in the 6 to complement, assuming you keep Karunaratne, Chandapal, Mendes, Silva at 6.
Karunaratne?
He's going to open, of course.
Yes.
So,
who's he going to open with?
You're the boss. I'm here to listen to you.
You tell me what you're thinking.
Look,
and
I think it will be.
It
probably will be Thiramane, but he's had so many chances.
Nah,
Russell,
go with Thiramane.
He's had so many chances.
This is a comeback for him. So he's not had an opportunity this time around. So I think this is it's going to be Thiramane to open with Karunaratne.
Chandapal will be 3, Mendes 4.
Chandapal?
Oh, Chandapal.
There's no Chandapal in the Sri Lanka team.
Chandapal.
They'd love a Chandapal.
Yes, you would love a Chandapal.
Okay, so have you made up your mind who it is? No wonder we need 15-20 minutes to get through this.
Chandapal, Mendes is Silva at 6.
Mendes, who's at 5.
That's where we That's where
I'll
we've
go with
got
De
it.
Silva.
Mm-hmm.
Dhananjay De Silva, 5.
Yes. Well, it has to be De Silva at 5 because he's got to play with, if there's no spinner playing, based on your theory, isn't it?
Yep.
De Silva, and that's
Silva,
5 and 6.
De Quella.
Yeah.
And then I'll
And
go
the four
with...
quicks.
I'm inclined to go with the 4 quicks.
4 number 11s.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to think of it totally on from a bowling point of view and a bowling unit
20 wickets.
point of view.
20 wickets. 20 wickets.
Yeah. Just can't have bowlers just going at 4, 5 and over.
Oh, well, the selectors of both teams, they don't have to do their job. We've got it sorted. 3 for 191. Cricket Australia 11. Curtis Patterson not at 83. Will Pucovski 19 off 51 deliveries, starting to settle in. The 2 spinners, Sandakan and Pereira, operating at the moment without a lot of success, it must be said. We did see Marnus Labuschagne get a bit of turn yesterday as well, the leggy. Can't wait for Test cricket to resume next week at the Gabba. Day night adds another dimension the first time at the Gabba. It's 3 tests, 3 times we've seen it at Adelaide. Never in Brisbane.
First time. So all day-night test matches that have been played in Australia have all been played
Yes.
in Adelaide.
Yes. Obviously would have been India this year, but Indians not keen on the pink ball. Can't get the gap. Another single. Patterson closing in on back-to-back hundreds. He's 84.
The boundaries have dried up for Patterson.
Yes.
He's trying. He's still going at quite a rate. It seems that he's slowed down because he's not had much at the strike. Pucovski, on the other hand, 51 balls for his 19. Jamira creeping in. That's what you need to do. You've got to make sure that you don't concede those easy singles. Almost got through. Lakshan Sandakan a lot better, looking a lot better this afternoon.
He looks nice back and across, doesn't he?
He likes that.
Deep in the crease.
He's very quick to get on that back foot. It's a great way to play spin as well. But even against the faster bowlers, any opportunity, that forward press allows him to transfer weight very quickly. It's not very tall.
No.
Don't need to be. I mean, they talk about reach and stuff, but it's more about a base. And shorter batsmen have a better base with that center of gravity lower. It's easier to stabilize yourself. If you look around the world, best players are not all that tall. Special ones.
A few good special ones in your time. Tendulkar, Lara Ponting, none of them over 5'10".
Doesn't get away. Tried to use his feet. Curtis Patterson. Decent over from Lakshan Sandakan. 3 for 193. Cricket Australia 11 in their second innings. "14 minutes to our next break." We started 8 minutes early, trying to make up time or catch up on the couple of overs we lost last evening due to a slight drizzle. But since it was after 9, the umpires were happy to walk away. Here's Dhananjay De Silva.
Well, this is another look at the part-time spinner who might get the job in the middle order next week, and will be required, if that is the case, perhaps to bowl out a few little offies. Very flat in his delivery there.
That's a good look around the field, Patterson. So what do you think? Do you think the way the batsmen are approaching this, that they will pull the plug?
It's really interesting. You made a really good point today that we didn't see any of the bowlers out here at all.
But looking at the approach, Patterson wants to get a move on. I think Pucovski being busy and trying to look for those singles are all about trying to get him on strike.
Yeah. No, I'm all but certain they'll probably declare. I'm not know too many batters at 84 knowing they've got 15 minutes to go that wouldn't strive to get those 3 figures. De Silva continuing.
This is a lot better. Make scoring difficult. Yes, you're not getting much out of the wicket. That's fine. But make scoring difficult. You cannot leak runs.
Yes.
Frustrate batsmen, play on their patience.
Another
Promise you, when you frustrate batsmen, it brings about mistakes. He'll keep the strike, Patterson. He's on to 85, 3 for 195.
Melbourne Renegades in the WBBL semi-final around the grounds. They will require 132 to upset the high-flying Sydney Sixers,
who had a shock at the game leading into the semi-finals. They were bowled out for 91 against the Sixers. Was it against the Stars? Stars beating them twice. But this game is all about the Renegades trying to keep Sydney out of the women's final. Sydney Thunder and Sixers are the only 2 teams to have won that tournament. Brisbane Heat, on the back of a stunning catch.
Oh, tremendous
Going
catch.
for 6, which would have won the game for the Thunder. They're in the final already, so it's a great opportunity to knock Sydney out of the women's final and have a new winner. A first-time winner.
Throwing that wide Sandy Cannon, having to stretch Patterson. Another single 86 he moves to.
Thought he was coming. Thought he was coming down the wicket. And that's why he went wider.
Left arm leg spinner. Wicket delivery pushed into the gap again. Pucovski looking for the singles to get the elegant tall left-hander back on strike. That one into the gap. They'll look for a couple and they'll turn. Patterson to 88.
He doesn't sweep. Patterson, we're not seeing that. In all these runs that he's made, 245 not out. There's no one behind square on the leg side. Easy boundary.
He's looking there right now, actually.
He's asking how many balls from the umpire. Easy, David.
There's another couple, potentially, if he decides that no, he'll settle for the one.
One more delivery remaining in that over. So he'd rather keep the strike. The 200's up for Cricket Australia 11.
You'd imagine here, Pucovski, if he just leans forward and dead bat, that might confirm to us that maybe they do only have 10 or so minutes to go. 3 for 200 up for Cricket Australia 11. They lead by 340. Patterson 89 not out of 125 deliveries. Will Pucovski 22 off 57. You can see the dry, barren land of Hobart. Not much rain, Russell. As you can see there in the hills, it's very, very dry. The second driest capital city in Australia behind Adelaide. You drive through the Midlands now up to Launceston, it's barren, very dry. Bushfire season in full flight. To Silver now. And that's a good piece of fielding.
That's an opportunity, though. That was a catch.
Yes. Well, that was but an amazing catch.
Dilron Pereira did really well to get a hand to it.
Oh, extraordinary to get a hand to it. That was quite a phenomenal effort.
And he's been banished from there because he's hurt his hand. And it's another thing I'm noticing. Each time a fielder catches a ball, they seem to be looking very uncomfortable. A lot of tender areas.
Pucovski smart. And he gets Patterson back on strike, who's now 90. Can he get a blow in this over?
Lots of hand injuries, niggles.
Did it actually carry, did it?
I do think it did.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's a catch that he should have taken.
Tough judge. There's a couple runs here this time to Patterson.
To me, he didn't need to dive. He was flat-footed. A step to his right, he would have been there because he was flat-footed. He had to throw himself to it. It's not too far away from him. Was traveling.
I think you're a harsh judge on that. No footwork.
I think a little bit more anticipation would have. Inside edge. Bit more anticipation would have had him pull that through. I'd say one of the better fielders would have hauled that in.
Can Patterson do here? Driving again, can't beat the gap. 3 more deliveries in. Oh, sorry, there's actually 1 more delivery in the 56th over.
Six minutes more to 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock is the scheduled break that we're all eyeing.
Does he look for a single here? Oh, it's dropped catch. That one should have been taken at cover. Patterson survives.
For the second time that over. Lairu Tirimana the culprit this time.
I think footwork on that occasion was not good. I agree with you there.
He was very clumsy in his positioning. That's why he had to jump up like that.
Yeah.
So you walk in and you get into a balanced position from where you can move left or right.
Yes.
You're attacking the ball. I guess they're not expecting it. They're not looking for it.
Yeah.
They're all caught on their heels, so at the last moment they're lunging. Stampa. Not going to be happy at all. Sri Lanka's new fielding coach, Steve Rickson.
It's been the system such a long time. Rickson, hasn't he? A lot of coaching in the subcontinent. A lot of coaching in Australia, New South Wales. He's coached in England as well. He journeyman. Yep. A recent addition to the coaching staff for Sri Lanka. It's Pucovski again, trying to, and he'll just be happy to settle for a single. Rusty Arnold not happy with what's going on here with the fielding just at the minute.
It's awful. Really is poor. That one went right between the legs of the captain.
Now Patterson, only 2 not out. Picks up a single.
He'll have one more over. 3 minutes to go. Less. It's about 2.5 minutes, I'd reckon. 2 deliveries left in this Sandakan over. Over it pretty good.
He's currently, for the match, 250 not out.
Brilliant.
Oh, good timing that.
Just leant into it. He's picking Sandakan, I must say that. Sandakan's trying a few variations. The way he's positioning himself and areas he's trying to access tells me that he's reading Sandakan out of the hand. One delivery to get off strike for Patterson.
It took him a little while, I reckon, a couple overs to figure him out, but I think he's absolutely on top of it now, the young Victorian. He's moved to 27. One delivery remaining in the 57th over. Patterson, 93 not out. And there's that sweep shot. Good shot, really good connection.
But awful bowling. I mentioned there's no one behind square on the leg side. He bowls outside leg stump. Even if he didn't want to, he won't be able to help himself with that line and the field. Takes him to 97. Needed that boundary, Curtis Patterson. Under 2 minutes left, so we'll have another over which will be bowled by Dhananjay De Silva. Pucovski is on strike. We're all thinking that a declaration is due on the other side of the break. It picks the gap nicely. Brilliant use of the feet. They'll come back for 3. No, they won't. As Kusal Pereira just escorts that to the boundary. What about that for timing from the young man?
Just starting to really blossom in the mid-afternoon of Hobart. Here, Will Pucovski, he's looked settled.
Outstanding footwork. 357 the lead.
Quickest of singles here, Pucovski doing the real team thing here.
4 deliveries to get 3 runs. Surely Faulkner could get 16 off 3. Couldn't Patterson help himself to another milestone following his 157 in the first innings? Still unbeaten. I think it was an unbeaten 150 last weekend in grade cricket, so
yes,
that's probably 400 plus runs without getting himself out. Patterson.
He takes the single.
It's back in Pucovski to get him back on.
3 deliveries remaining.
Unless they're all teasing us and they'll come out and bat after.
Yes, that's right. We might be leading everyone up the garden path here. 3 for 2, 19. Cricket Australia.
Some excitement, something to look forward to. Dot ball.
He's got...
I'd say Patterson was to blame.
I'd be smart too. I'd bring him deep, backward square into the circle.
Should have taken that single.
Not going to happen before lunch. 1 ball remaining.
98 to Patterson. Pucovski's on 32. Pereira does well. Overcalled. Our clock has it at 4-1. 1 minute past 4 o'clock.
I think they're going to try and get another over in. Yes.
Oh, the umpires are playing for the 100 then.
Yes. Okay.
Why would that be?
I'm not sure.
Unless there's an agreement that a certain number of overs needed to be bowled. Sri Lanka up to sketch with the overs. 60 more remain for the 2 sessions.
Okay, where's he going to hit?
Sessions.
Where's he going to hit this ball? I need you to predict. Is he going to go behind square where there's no fielders again?
I'll go down the ground.
Picks up one. He wanted to go down the ground. He wanted to go down the ground.
Sure was.
He's looking for a full toss, perhaps. Good piece of bowling by Sandakan.
Chance on the can. He's got a short leg in place. But if he doesn't pitch it, that short leg's not going to want to field there for long. Could have pushed for 2 if they wanted to, but they just jogged through for 1. Curtis Patterson on 99. He's got there pretty quickly. He's faced 134 balls. Pucovski picking up on his scoring rate.
Now they bring the fielders in.
87-run partnership for the 4th wicket.
Sandakan to Patterson, flicks on the onside. And what a performance this is from the New South Welshman. Back-to-back hundreds. What a significant statement made by the tall left-hander.
Quality, top class from Curtis Patterson. Thoroughly enjoyed watching him bat. I thought the shots that he played in the second innings was a lot better than in the first innings, especially those pull shots. Watched the ball a lot better, more in control and chanceless. Can't think of an opportunity that he couple of chances in the previous over in the 90s. Bit of a year towards the dressing room. There was a shout coming out. It's probably some sort of a message in indicating what the team wants to do.
Three for 224. The lead now 364. Pretty sure this will be the last over. Will Pucovski, 33 off 68. He's looked very good as well. Good signs from the Australian camp leading into the first test. Spinners have been operating now for quite a while without any success.
And that will be the tea breaks with the umpires playing an extra over. No one's going to complain. Patterson getting to 100 for the second time in this match. 259 not out. Curtis Patterson getting congratulations by all the Sri Lankan players and also his partner who did his best to get him on strike as much as possible. Will Pucovski, 3 for 224 as the players leave the park. Patterson's on 102. Pucovski's on 33. Very strong square of the wicket. Anything short, on off stump, on leg stump, he was hammering them. Yes, the field was set deep. There's no one stopping that. Pucovski a little nervy to start off with. Started finding his range.
102 off 136 deliveries, 13 boundaries for the left-hander. And as you said, Russell, the shot selection and the composure was excellent.
Only wicket to fall, Marnus Labuschagne for 50.
Not happy, was he?
The ball was just changed. Probably that was it. Ball change, whatever it is, it was flying off the bat of Curtis Patterson. The spinners just couldn't make an impression. Very good from Curtis Patterson. Geez, wasn't he a treat to watch?
He set the scene when he came out to bat on day one. 2 for 20, then 3 for 25. You mentioned that cover drive initially, which was just fabulous from the left-hander. And he's done it again in the second innings. So as we go to the break, Cricket Australia 11, 3 for 224. The lead now 364. Will the declaration become evident? We'll find out in about half an hour's time. Look forward to joining you then.
4 overs.
Edge taken. What a catch. That was sharp. Surprised the fielder.
Yeah, well, we've been saying those catches haven't carried into the slip cordon, but that one's just kicked off a nice length. Labuschagne not really committing forward or back. And he's edged that one. Sharp catch to just to the left hip. Second slip.
Dhananjay De Silva blocking that one. I think they've come up. They have snuck in quite a bit because Dhananjay De Silva was standing in front of the wicket keeper. Marnus Labuschagne, he walks back. Concession today. This is the third day of this practice match. 20-minute tea break, and the news coming out of the tea break is that Cricket Australia 11 have declared 224 for 3. Curtis Patterson making twin hundreds, following up his 157 not out in that first innings with 102 not out of 136. Will Pucovski was 33 when the declaration was made. A wicket each for Kumara, Chamira and Rajitha from Sri Lanka's point of view. They tried a lot of spin but had no effect at all. So 2 sessions remaining, a total of 59 overs. If you are interested in a target, Sri Lanka's target is 365. Karunaratne, Dimuth Karunaratne and Lahiru Thirimana are the 2 batsmen who have come out. Here's Chris Tremaine. Well, he'll have to put behind him a few disappointments and make sure he makes an impact. He's done lots of things right. He's in the radar. He just needs to keep pegging away. Why I say that is with the injury to Josh Hazlewood. The replacement has been named, and that's Jai Richardson. So therefore that will be a disappointment for Chris Tremaine. Good evening, Matthew Taylor.
Yeah, good evening, Russell. Much nicer, I guess, atmosphere around today. A little bit warmer. The sun's still out compared to this time yesterday when the rain or the clouds started to set in. Look at that view back over the Derwent River. Fantastic. Chris Tremaine, he's looking a little bit downcast in the hotel foyer this morning. You could understand why. He was just, yeah, he's so close, but someone seems to leapfrog him each time.
This is what you can do. Keep running in, charging in all the time. Be in the face of the selectors.
Yeah,
2 slips a gully. The pace has dropped off in this pitch over the 3 days that we've played. There is an extra cover. So it's that nagging line and length that he looked to persevere with and frustrate batsmen into probably having a poke at one.
Yeah, just easing into his spell, isn't he, Tremaine? Certainly not charging in full steam yet by any stretch, but important for him to continue to bowl with that same intensity that he's shown to get himself into the minds of selectors, and how you bounce back from a setback is often the key.
The angle away. Throws his front arm towards fine leg, so he's open-chested. So the likely angle or movement that he'll get is across left-handers or away from them, into the right-handers, if you may like.
It's a big slinging sort of action, isn't it? Really winds up and gets the big windmill over the top.
Pitching outside leg stump. Probably would have been hitting the stumps, but you can't be given out.
Well, he shouldn't be given out anyway, I'm sure.
Yes,
as a left
shouldn't be. We've seen them given
yes.
out, obviously, but shouldn't be. Made over to start proceedings in the Sri Lankan second innings.
So for Sri Lanka, what do they have to gain out of this 2 sessions here? Is this another piece of valuable experience batting under lights, or is it about ensuring that they go in unscathed into the test match? From a Sri Lankan perspective, what do they have to gain here?
Time in the middle. Yes, the experience of an Australian pitch, which in general you'd say has more pace and bounce than what they're used to growing up in, and also what they would have experienced in New Zealand. but I don't think this is that type of pitch. So it's just about getting your timing right. Go walk away, each batsman, with the feel-good factor. I don't think any of the Sri Lankan batsmen were fluent at all in that first innings. Everyone got starts, everyone went into the double figures, but no one really dominated like the way a Curtis Patterson or a Jake Doran did in that first innings of Cricket Australia 11. Michael Neser bowled pretty well in those first innings, wasn't even required with the bat, but wicketless. Nothing to show for his efforts.
Yeah, he bowled well, and like his fast bowling counterparts, Tremaine and Boland, his length was very good, and he continued to probe away and ask questions. But what he didn't manage to do is we see Chris Tremaine seeking some shade and also the company of perhaps a relative on the boundary, someone he knows for sure.
Much better line. Thought about having a poke, but then bailed out at that last minute, Lairu Tirimana. Bringing that ball in always will keep a fast bowler interested against left-handers. Renshaw was dismissed with Kasun Rajitha being able to bring one back. Lairu Tirimana going a long way across. He has a shuffle, a trigger movement. He gets across slightly with the back leg. Then has to make sure that that front leg doesn't go too far across. On that occasion, it didn't. He's able to access the ball. The moment it goes too far and the ball swings back in, you just won't be able to play it because it'll be late. You're coming over a big part of your body, the leg.
There's always that question, isn't it, for the left-handers against the right-arm opening bowlers, if that ball's going to come back in. It's a nice spot that Nees is working on there. You mentioned before about the scoring rates and the Sri Lankans struggling to find their timing. Obviously, Cricket Australia 11 declared on 316 on the agreed 75 over mark in their first innings, just 176 in that same amount of time for Sri Lanka in reply. And then in about 60 overs or so, 224 for the CA11 in their second innings.
Sneaking in straighter. That's what Neser's thinking, taking it across the left-hander and looking to be full and straight. Still to get off the mark, the two openers. We've had 2 overs. It's none for none. Turned out to be a brilliant evening. Yesterday it was gloomy right through. We were very lucky that we got a lot of play.
Yeah, we only lost about an over and a half at the end, didn't we? Just a small amount of time.
In terms of time, we missed nothing because it was after 9 that the drizzle did show up. No signs of those clouds today. Beautiful blue skies. David Lithgow will be very happy with what we see around here.
Yeah, a very proud local, isn't he? And a very proud people, the Tasmanians. They're obviously slightly outnumbered and often under the impression that they are a forgotten state, but gee, they're turning it on here at the Blundstone Arena today, and good to see some of the locals coming out to watch the match as well. It's a nice looking defensive stroke from Karunaratne.
Just getting the short stride. leaving that extra little bit of margin if the ball does come back in. Cricket Australia 11 having 59 overs to have a go at Sri Lanka. Quite a few happy campers around here, with the Hurricanes thrilling everyone with the chase yesterday. Very impressive to see how the locals here, the match was played in Perth, but how they got behind the team, even from miles away. 1,000, how many miles away is Perth? 1,000, 100?
From Hobart?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's consult Google.
Plenty of interest, and the team not disappointing, thrilling everyone, proving to be the team to beat. So plenty of buzz around here in Hobart. Slices that. Finds the gap though. Not the boundary because a very good chase from the young man, Will Pucovski. First runs for Sri Lanka and Dimut Karunaratne.
It's a good chase, wasn't it? It seemed to be going forever down to that boundary, the longest side of the ground. And under the AFL configuration, the forward pocket, you'd call it. It's just been pulled in inside the boundary. Good support, Jason Sanger as well.
Got him playing slightly in front, a lot fuller from Tremaine. It's another 3 for no loss.
So obviously, just 176 runs among the Sri Lankan batsmen in the first innings. Which of those batsmen do you think can be happy, feeling safe about their positions, and be satisfied with the work that they've done, and who has something to worry about, perhaps heading into the first test?
Like I said, it was a bit of a scratchy innings for all of the batsmen. I don't think anyone can be happy with their return. But of course, a few of them will know. You can sense how the team sets itself up, who comes out to bat, and how things are done, who the final 11 will be. So most of these batsmen will have a very good idea of who the top 7. I guess it's the only place that's up for grabs in the Sri Lankan 11. I'm not saying that places are cemented. I'm talking about now and next week is whether they go in with the 4 seamers or 3 seamers and the 1 spinner. That's the only decision I reckon they have to make. But other than that, it's pretty clear to me how they've approached it in who the batsmen are going to be.
So have Sri Lanka ever gone into a test match without a specialist spinner? Would that have ever happened before?
I think I do think we went into one test match where I was the spinner. We had 4 seamers. I think it was the test in Darwin.
No,
which was my last
on that tour.
Yeah, Murali was not there on that tour. Probing line, probing length. Karunaratne. To make sure he controls his hands a lot better. Had the tendency of playing in front of the body, searching for that drive to deliveries that wasn't there. See the new ball off, see the shine off. get the ball softer, then run making becomes so much easier. Nicely played. That's what you want to see, right underneath your eyes, and that's what will give the batsman confidence.
It's again, it's just that little low on the bat, isn't it? Just didn't quite make the sound you're looking to hear, and just a little bit fuller as well from Nisa, but certainly not quite bouncing up into the middle of the bat where Karunaratne was anticipating.
Taking most of the strike. Karunaratne, he's faced 50 to Thilimana's 7. Good shout given. Karunaratne goes. Nisa's first wicket in this game. Caught on the crease, Dimuth Karunaratne. The only question Simon Fry would have had to answer is, did it pitch outside leg stump?
That's right, we see the replay here, and that one pitch on leg. Comfortable with that?
Happy with that. The moment I saw it, we're right behind the bowler's arm, of course, at a height. Didn't bounce too much. Looking at that replay, there's no problems with the height either. That was the only question to be answered, and I think the umpires got it right. So Karunaratne is dismissed for 3. His confidence takes the battering. He's one of those players that was a certainty, most consistent Sri Lankan batsman in 2018 in Test cricket. That was Karunaratne. This is Niroshan Dikwella. Came in for a few deliveries in the first innings, right at the end of the over number 70, I reckon. Didn't get much of a hit. So he's in at number 3. Didn't take the gloves in the second innings. Wicket to wicket stuff. Good from Nisa. He knew straight away that he'd got his man.
It's just straightened ever so slightly, hasn't it? Just enough. Staying down as well. That's what the right armour needs from over the wicket. Especially that ball pitching on a good length. It's not full and hitting the bottom half of the stumps, so really does need to be just straightening ever so slightly down the line. And it's well bowled. A good reward after no wickets in the first innings for Nisa. Another man who's been in and around Test consideration, toured the UAE, but didn't get a run against Pakistan. A good performer in all formats as well, Nisa, a key member of the Adelaide Strikers as well.
Right on the money, making the batsman play. Successful over comes to an end from Michael Nisa. Still to concede a run, he's picked up a wicket. The wicket of Dimuth Karunaratne. It's 1 for 3.
Just a quick side note, Russell as well. Incredible fight back is on here from the Melbourne Renegades, who would have been pretty happy with their work against the Sydney Sixers in the second wbbl semi-final. They restricted the Sixers 4 for 131. Then the Sixers really tied them down early. I think it was about 3 for 35 off 8 or so. But Jess Duff and 41 not out from 33, really making the Sixers work. Renegades needing 53 from 40 balls to face the Heat in the final. Back here, Chris Tremaine.
And as you say that, they strike. The Sixers pick up that wicket and make a big breakthrough.
Yeah, well, Duffin was the aggressor, wasn't she? Because Sophie Molyneux at the other end, 22 not out from 34, opening the batting. Elise Perry, of course it was. Good catch, running back over ahead.
Tirumana's off the mark. Not quite. I wondered where the run came from our scoreboard. Just misled me for a moment. Chipped in the air. He gets off the mark this time. Not enough power in that to reach the boundary. He'll come back for 3. Again, forcing him to play over that pad, which was very similar to his first innings dismissal. Chris Tremaine picked him up on the follow-through. A little bit more bat from Thirimana that takes it towards mid-wicket and not straight back to the bowler. Two slips and a gully await. Renshaw at second slip, well in front of Joe Burns because of the falling edges. Lots of edges have fallen short of the slips and hence they're creeping in. Good return for most of Cricket Australia 11's batsmen today. Renshaw and Burns, not much to talk about. They were dismissed for 10. That was Renshaw. 22 to Burns, but today Marnus Labuschagne made a 50 and then dismissed straight after. Curtis Patterson going on to make twin hundreds in the game. 102 not out when the declaration came at the tea break. And the young man who's broken into the test squad for next week, Will Pucovski, unbeaten on 33. Nice and straight. Chris Tremaine making the batsman work really hard. Bowl your best deliveries to the newer batsman. Don't let him get off strike. The moment the scoreboard starts moving and you feel the middle of the bat, in conditions like this, you tend to struggle and you don't want to be in that situation. Off the mark. Clips it to that vacant area at mid-wicket.
Yeah, you're talking about the Australian scorecard as the fifth over is complete 1 for 8, Sri Lanka. Yeah, that CA11 scorecard, obviously Curtis Patterson, hundreds in both innings, not out as well, on the back of 167 in first grade for his club St George last Saturday. And now a lot of talk, should he or should he not be in that squad?
That was unbeaten, wasn't it?
Yes.
So here he's got, what, 420 not out, basically.
Yeah, that's a nice little week for Patterson. But as we discussed yesterday, Russell, it's hard for the selectors now to say, okay, well, we better just pull him in. What does that say about your confidence in the other players? They've picked a squad, and it's, as the saying goes, you made your bed and they need to lie in it now. They can't just draft Patterson in because there's no guarantee of success for him either. Nice shot down the ground.
Pitch right up. Just lent on it, Lairu Thirimana. Good sound off the bat.
There he is, Curtis Patterson.
Body language says that that's gone for 4. No. No signal from the umpires. Right underneath us and blocked by the side screen, so we cannot comment on that. And I don't think the selectors have made a blunder. This is how the game progresses. This is how it evolves. Over a period of time, the likes of Burns and Renshaw, they've contributed. You've not had the best of games here. No reason for it to go against you.
Fascinating, the consistency of the bowling. One of the real criticisms of the Australian Test attack against India, especially towards the end of the series. Perhaps some fatigue setting in, but a little erratic. Mitchell Starc in particular came in for some criticism. To a lesser extent, even Josh Hazlewood as well. We see here under a bit less pressure, the CA11, they've not really missed their mark at all.
Good short one. Practice is what he usually plays. Niroshan Dikwela is cheeky, lives on the edge. Was that called a wide? Nah. Bit of a discussion between the umpires and the players regarding the height of that.
It's probably unnecessary to be bringing in extra balls at this point of the match.
That wasn't called wide.
Yeah.
It was signal 1 for the over, but the fielders thought it didn't bounce as much. Slightly uppish, no footwork from Niroshan Dikwela, caught on the crease after that short one. So good follow-up from Michael Nisa.
He's got a bit to say as well, knees up. He's just asking the captain, can we get some more men in front of the wicket for a catch? He thinks he's a chance here against Dikwela, who going with hard hands at the ball there.
Rooted to the crease, but his hands going in well in front.
Sydney Sixers have struck again. Aaron Burns 2 for 2. 5 for 86. The Renegades needing 46 from 27.
Very obvious where the heart is. Matthew.
Well, we can't have neither Sydney team make the final, can we? They can't both lose a semi-final in Sydney. The skeptics or the cynics might say it was constructed for them. False start for Nisa.
One slip. A gully. There's a shortish extra cover for that uppy shot from Niroshan Dikwela. Gets off strike. He'll keep the strike, in fact, into the over. 1 for 12.
A tidy start here from the CA11. It's been a theme of their bowling throughout. Just some refreshments being brought out into the field as well. Chris Tremaine, he's started well. Coming around the wicket now to Dikwela. As I welcome back in a man who's brought along his slice of delicious swirly looking chocolate cake, and not one for his co-commentator, David Lithgow.
Yes, it was the last piece there. I assumed you'd already demolished yours, or was Russell being greedy
Well,
here?
I wasn't going to divulge that detail, but yeah. If there's food, I know where it is. And that one, well, Dikwela enjoyed that. That was for the moment it left the bat. Nice shot through the covers.
Well, it's a good opportunity for him to get some runs, get a feel for these conditions. He had only a small opportunity in the first innings before they declared, so no surprises there. Seeing him now with a chance to get some form before the first test next week.
Staying around the wicket. Still 2 slips in a gully as well for Tremaine. Cutting over. Just dangled the bat there a little bit, Dikwela, didn't he? But when you get it up over the cordon, sometimes that uppish type stroke is the way to go.
That's right, and this is the way he plays. Let's really hope that we can see the expansive and industrial Dikwela that we know so well. That was such a cheeky shot. Well played.
Yeah, well, he's ended up adjusting well, hasn't he? Because probably at first he was going to go hard at the cut, dangled the bat there, and then in the end opened the face and probably controlled it better than it looked on first impressions. Tremaine tightens that line back up. Looking forward to seeing Dick Weller in the tests. He has the capacity to be a match winner. And he's exciting. Exciting players are entertaining, and it's good to watch.
Dick Weller is absolutely one of those. Good opportunity for him here. Chris Tremaine, of course, would have been disappointed this morning not to be added to that test squad.
It's a good piece of fielding there from Pucovski. He's probably saved 3, diving full length to his left. Unfortunately, Sanger coming around from point couldn't pick up cleanly because the run out was on. Heard some cries of hit them, Sang, but he just didn't quite get it in the hands.
Two slips and a gully still in play. Tremaine operating around the over, around the wicket, I should say, here from the Church Street end. Good lines, which is pretty much produced over the weekend here. He's bowled very tightly as a group. They've bowled really well. Jai Richardson getting the nod before Chris Tremaine.
Yeah, and he looked disappointed. Passed him by this morning before he arrived at the ground and just looked a little downcast. Has to be expected, you'd think, when you probably thought you were in line for a call-up. Over bowled, 7 gone, 21 on the board. It's a partnership, 18 from 19 balls, so industrious as Dick Weller always is when he arrives at the crease.
Yeah, no, he's a bit stiff. Peter Siddle kept his spot in the squad.
Justin Lankan loves the influence Peter Siddle has around the group. And I think that it's perhaps something that's counted in his favour as opposed to not appreciating the influence of others, just appreciating the influence, the experience Siddle has. Stayed a little low. Right off the toe of the bat, chunked into the covers.
These important moments as well here for Thiramane. Looks like he's got one hand on that opening spot in the first test.
Clipped away behind square. The chase is on. It'll just be reeled in. Scott Boland does the fielding. They get 3 though. Good running by the Sri Lankans.
WBBL semi-final number 2. Looks like that might come down to the wire as well. 31 off 17 to win here, the Renegades. Sixers hanging on for dear life. Lisa aggressive, as he always is. Just at you, at you, at you. Well played, Thiramane, on that occasion.
Yeah, a bit starved of the strike a little, Thiramane. It's only 7.5 overs in, but both Karunaratne and Dick Weller have dominated both partnerships so far. Just 13 balls faced in 7.3 overs. He's just playing that one in front of his pad, not quite balanced. And he's again hitting a good area.
He's had a good match, Nisa. He's had a really, really good match.
Yeah, he's been better than his 1 wicket in across both innings.
Correct.
Certainly asked a lot of questions.
He's the perfect team bowler, isn't he, as well? You know, he's not an out-and-out strike bowler that you regularly see with the figures of 6 for 56. He does bowl as a team bowler in everything he does. He bowls a nice line. He's aggressive.
Yeah, you'd love him in this side. He's bustles in. He's a bit of a workhorse.
Just keeping low again there, Matt. That's bounced a couple of times to Doran, who's had a good match himself with the gloves. It's been quite tough conditions. He's kept all his life. However, he hasn't kept a lot of recent times. Matthew Wade and Tim Payne in front of him in Tasmania. But given the opportunity here, he's taken it really well.
Sure has, and his work up to the stumps off Labuschagne in particular, who got a number of balls to grip yesterday, was fantastic. That's what gives spinners a lot of confidence when the wicketkeeper is looking comfortable gloving the balls that beat the edge, especially if it goes through bat and pad. Always good to know your gloveman is backing you up. It's Tremaine again. It's a nice looking shot. No results.
Dick Wheeler's looking really good. He's expansive, as we know. Got a pretty decent record at test level. 27 tests, 1,500 runs, just over 30. Hasn't yet to score a test 100.
That's a lovely shot away behind point. That's going to go for 4. All timing. Just a slight bit of width on offer from Tremaine. But you see how he's opened the face. Placed that perfectly in the gap.
Yeah, that was delightful timing. Any width is where he's in complete control as a general rule, that's for sure. You know, test 100, he does have a higher score of 209, however, at first class level. Perhaps sometimes we do put a bit too much emphasis on test 100s when you're coming in at 7, I think, regularly. You're generally batting with the tail. Seeing the case of Tim Payne over the last 12 months, he hasn't had many opportunities where he's got to bat with the top order at all, has he? It's about being grinding runs with the lower order. Partnerships of 30 or 40, so vital.
Well, I mean, that was one of the big question marks over India before the Test series. It was actually their lower order batting. Was there anybody in that side after Renshaw Pant? But of course, in the end, their bowling was so dominant, it didn't really matter.
Yeah, and they had a couple top order players that didn't make it overly necessary for the lower order to have to extend themselves.
Nicely timed, well fielded. That's good running from Sanger to his left. He saves 4.
He's a good athlete, Jason Sanger. His leg spinners are okay as well, aren't they? He's got some potential with the secondary part of his game going forward.
Yeah, I think when he bowls and he has a lot of confidence, he puts a lot of rip on them. Yesterday, he seemed to just be pushing them out the front of the hand, a little a la Darcy Short. And in his action, Russell Arnold compared him to the former New Zealander Chris Harris, who bowled a whole heap of slow mystery balls in one-day cricket to the frustration of his opponents.
He would have been a darn good 2020 player, Chris Harris, wouldn't he, if he was born 20 years earlier. 1 for 28, the Sri Lankans, 9 overs complete. Pretty good game of cricket over there in the second semi-final of the WBBL. 13 runs now the Renegades need off 7 balls. South African star Cap with one more delivery in her spell. Sophie Molyneux, 44 not out. Koski's come in and provided some heavy hitting, 18 off 12. Terrific day's semi-final cricket at Tremoyne Oval. Bowling change here? No, not a bowling change.
No, just knees are changing up the angle to around the wicket. Adding an extra field up to the leg side. Renshaw's catching at mid-wicket. Just one slip in a gully. We've not seen a lot of action behind the wicket in any innings in this match. Save for perhaps early on day one.
Thirumanne leaning forward again. Did occupy the crease for quite a long time in the first innings. Looks like he's got the job at the top of the order. Placing Gunathaleka as the opener to partner Karunaratne.
It's a nice piece of running. Just splitting gully and point. So then, in the WBBL, 13 off 6. I think that was the equation in the Brisbane Heat Sydney Thunder game, 13 off 6, which then came down to 5 off 1 before that spectacular catch on the boundary to remove Nicola Carey.
What a game by the star, Elise Perry. Stayed there, got the runs, held on they were 4 for not many, and here she's bowling the last over.
Catch gone. Joe Burns takes the catch at first slip. It's Dick Weller flashing away from his body, and Neza has a second.
Well done, Michael Neza. Instantly gets the reward coming around the wicket to the left-hander. Dick Wheeler, who looked really good, but just flashing at one there. That's carried to Joe Burns, and that was on the back of a bit more flurry of bat. Just didn't quite have the body in the right position, Dick Wheeler, on that occasion. Good catch taken by Burns.
Yeah, he lives on the edge. Dick Wheeler, he certainly likes to play his shots. And we asked Russell Arnold yesterday, if you were his coach and you were watching some of the ways that he gets out, what would you do? And he said, well, I might walk one way and suggest he walks the other. 19 he's gone for, 23 balls faced, 2 for 29. Just 9.3 overs gone. Dhananjaya De Silva to the wicket at number 4.
Eight runs off 4 deliveries for the Melbourne Renegades to spoil the apple cart for the Sydney Sixers. Wouldn't that be an upset of very high proportions? I thought the initial game between the Thunder and Brisbane Heat was a 50-50 call. Heat getting the chocolates. This would be a monumental upset. De Silva here now. This is really important for him too, just to spend some time in the middle. 2 slips and a gully. Nisa now he's going to come back over the wicket.
Nicely timed first ball, straight into Nisa's foot.
It's a real penetration, wasn't it?
Juicy half volley. First up there for De Silva.
10th over of the match. So the ball still quite hard. Nisa's figures 2 for 8.
It's good experience from Joe Burns, the captain as well, to get himself first slip. That's the best place to be on the field, first slip. You get to watch the ball the whole way down. Edge, it's a fairly comfortable catch into the breadbasket.
As long as you can catch them.
That's correct.
As long as you can catch them. Five off 2 deliveries now for the Melbourne Renegades. Former Tasmanian coach Tim Coyle sitting there nervously now, the coach of the Melbourne Renegades, led Tassie to a number of titles on this very ground before retiring. He's been in charge of the Renegades for a couple of years. He looks a very nervous person, as does the full Renegades squad. Again, I can't stop repeating what a wonderful advertisement for women's cricket today. 2 fabulous semi-finals going right down to the wire.
5 off 2. Who wins here, David?
Renegades.
Yeah,
I can see
so.
Molyneux doing something here, and she's gone down the ground. It's going to be a couple. Has she got enough of it? No. Gets 2. So this is the scenario. 3 off 1 here for the Renegades to win. 2 will create the super over, which would be a terrific thing. They probably just concentrate on this just for about another minute or so.
Three off 1. Wow.
What a great day's cricket we've had. So Tremaine going to continue. He's going to go around the wicket to the left-handed Thiramani. So here's Elise Perry at the top of her crease. Just one final manoeuvre in what she does. Molyneux, 53 off 53. What a finish here in the WBBL semi-final. This time, that's well timed. It's backward a point. It's raced away for a boundary. No! Amazingly kept in, but they should run 3. They come back. They get the third. Oh, it's a run out! Remarkable. Perry's hit the stumps. Taken the wicket, taken the gloves off, gone to the bowler's end. I think she's out. Now, that's Russell Arnold's behind us saying he thinks it's a 4 on the slide. So we've got 2 scenarios to look at. Is it a boundary? And we'll watch that here now. Erin Burns, what a dive. Has she got... I think that's...
She saved it.
That could be a championship-winning dive. That's just remarkable. Now we'll get the look at the... What a finish
This
here.
is unbelievable fielding. Erin Burns, yep, that's
Oh,
fine.
yes. Brilliant by Erin Burns. Tremaine gets one past the bat here. We've got a bit going on. And here's the throw. Healy's direct hit at the bottom end.
Oh,
Molyneux was scrambling.
You can see the Zing Bale. She's out. There you can see the red light.
She's out all right. It was out live as a super over in the semi-final. The Renegades would be feeling aggrieved. They're desperately unlucky in that occasion. What a terrific finish that's been.
Well, while they sort out the impending super over, back live, Tremaine's tucking Tirumani up. It's a bit of a different pace here.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
At the Bellerive Oval. As both sides going through their, well, the Sri Lankans going through their test preparations. The CA11 enjoying some pink ball cricket, but a tied match in the second WBBL semi. So that'll mean the Renegades will bat first in the Super Over. And then you'd imagine Healy, Perry and Gardner probably for the Sixers to chase a total.
What a couple of semi-finals that's been. Focus back here now at Bellerive Oval, 2 for 31. Sri Lanka, they're not going to win this game. They trail by 333.
I think in many respects, David, that whilst this match is not about the result, I think it's probably a little disappointing for Sri Lanka to have been comfortably the second best team here. I think they would have wanted their efforts to be a bit more competitive, and it's by no means been a walkover. That's nearly chopped on. Tremaine just angling that ball in from around the wicket. Another over bowled. 2 for 31 off 11. But yeah, just I think overall you look at the scores, the scoring rates, the comfort of the batsman at the wicket, the penetration of the bowling, and probably, aside from some good spells from the Sri Lankan quicks, probably been CA11 on top mostly. There was also a good opening partnership in the first innings for Sri Lanka. Karunaratne and Tirumani getting them off to a good start, but probably not quite the dominant performance they would have on another day maybe hoped for, although it's not about the result, as we've said. We're going to see a change. Some spin for the first time in this, the final innings of the tour match at the Blundstone Arena. John Holland is into the attack from the river end. Not a lot of breeze over the ground. He's going to have a slip, silly or short leg. And a sweeper on the boundary on either side. He's bowling to De Silva from around the wicket. Ooh, and out there from the Aussies.
So John Holland, he has been okay. Not conditions to suit for the left arm orthodox. Take by Doran down the leg side on that occasion. I said before, he's been quite tidy, in particular up to the spinners. We see John Holland in Test cricket again, do you think?
Doubtful. I suspect at the moment he's bowling well, but as long as Nathan Lyon's around, he's always going to be trying to get into the team as opposed to the one to be deposed. And you just saw in the first innings the penetration. Holland's control was good, but Labuschagne, who took 2 wickets, looked like the bowler who was going to take wickets. And that's probably not a place Holland wants to be in when the part-timer probably looked more likely. Conditions also probably not as conducive to the finger spinner having an impact here. Yeah, not sure. Shooting through low into the pad of Doran. Good bit of hockey goalkeeping.
Did keep very low indeed.
A little bit of shape from Holland, just drifting ever so slightly away from the left-hander. Just a couple from his first over.
For 33, the Sri Lankans after 12 overs.
Now, David, earlier off air, I was discussing with you that in a little park cricket ground in Sydney, there was a team that I know well enjoying some time under new leadership on this Saturday. As it turned out, just like the Sixers and the Renegades, they experienced a tie. So you're not getting rid of me that easily, boys. But if a tied match, have you ever been involved in a tied match?
Even better than that, I recall an under 16s grand final, which was back then a 25 over match, and we had 2 ties in a row.
Wow.
Yeah.
No way.
2 ties in a row.
I've only ever been involved in one. It was
and the third replay, the team I played for won by a run. So that was something I'll never forget, because I reckon the odds of that ever happening were about 25 million to 1.
Scott Boland's into the attack from the northern end. Tied match. Anyone got a good tied match story? Send it in on Twitter, hashtag CA11V Sri Lanka. I reckon we can get some good ones. I've got 2 actually. One was in a Sydney first grade match, Parramatta against North Sydney. We tied at 20-20. I was unfortunate enough to bowl the super over, which was not fun.
Boland now doing what he has done, and he's a banger, isn't he? But bowls really good lengths. He's had just a superb Sheffield Shield season. 36 wickets, an average about 17. Not so good in the 2020 format, but that's probably not necessarily his go, and not really an indication sometimes on how you actually are bowling at the longer format.
Yeah. He looks good in red ball cricket. We'll turn pink ball as part of red ball cricket, when he can come in and hit the spot. Sometimes in the T20s, comes in and can bang them up on a length, and the batsman can look to get after him. But yeah, in this form of the game, he's a super bowler.
Thiramane, 10 not out. Boland, this time he's just leaning forward. Two for 33. Thiramane, 10 not out. De Silva is 1. Russell Arnold back to join me once again.
Better skies today.
Yes.
David.
Yes.
Blue skies. .331 runs away. That's not going to be a consideration for the Sri Lankans. It's about getting time out there. Lahiru Thirimana, he's on 10, taking his time again. Niroshan Dikwella came out and did what he usually does. Lived on the edge. And was dismissed by a very good piece of bowling from Michael Nisa.
Thiramane, such important time for him now to just bide his time, leaning forward again, bowling, attacking the stumps and the pads. 13 overs complete, 2 for 33. Super over underway in the WBBL, and Cap, the South African star, is bowling a gem here. None for 4 off 4 deliveries. Wide on strike now. There's a nick. And hitting the stumps again. Healy's a star. And the Sixers are going to pull this one out.
Great advertisement.
Oh,
Really
fantastic.
good. The skills on shore,
Yes.
the desperation, the athleticism.
Yes.
A lot to admire. The game has
Changed.
really improved
Yes.
in leaps and bounds. The Sixers fighting back. Yeah. And top that up with the catch that was taken to decide the other semi-final.
You see
Great
that?
day.
Yeah.
Semi-final day is rocking.
Healy hitting the stumps with the gloves on. Again, she's a remarkable, remarkable player. They're going to get out of the jail here, and the Renegades will look tonight and think, how did that happen? Champion teams, however, often find a way, don't they? And they found a way today with one of the best saves on the outfield I've seen in any cricket from here in Burns. Holland's picked up a wicket.
He played the wrong line.
Yes.
Looks surprised. He looks suspiciously at the wicket. Dhananjay De Silva. But he was playing the wrong line. Should have been on the front foot.
And trail by 329 runs.
3 for 35 now, Sri Lanka. Holland with his first wicket. Doran with a pretty good take.
Well,
Never easy. There's quite a bit of deviation there.
Bit of correction, yes. Thought he played the wrong line, but there is some turn. Beautifully bowled. Dhananjay De Silva should be on the front foot. Caught on the crease because Holland's been bowling a nagging line and length and it's been drifting into the pads. He's got the short leg in place. Pretty poor from Dhananjay De Silva. Should have negotiated that. That's the first one that we've really seen spin.
It's been a bit, yes, indeed it did.
Kusal Perera. It's the new batsman, didn't bat in the first innings. So still no Mendes.
Now, Mendes, I was about to ask you, where's Mendes?
I was under the impression he would come in today.
Maybe he comes in next. Still plenty of time, 45 overs to go.
If he was having a hit, he'd be here by now. The strapping on the finger, the injured finger had come off and he looked a lot happier. So probably giving him another day or two to really get whatever soreness out of that, off that finger now. 3 for 35. This is not good. Cricket Australia 11 really dealing blows to Sri Lanka's confidence. 3 batsmen. Karunaratne for 3, caught on the crease. Niroshan Dickwell driving and searching for one that really wasn't there, nicking off, and now De Silva caught on the crease to a wonderful piece of bowling from Holland. Yes, it did turn. But as a batsman, you have to negotiate that. Should have been smothering that because it was pretty full. Feet going nowhere.
Kusal Perera, opportunity for him to score some runs. Unlikely to feature in the test at the Gabba next week. 80 not out might change that, however. Because nothing's going. No one else is really banging the door down.
Nothing's going to plan.
Mane's still there.
Very scratchy, clumsy.
Yep.
No intensity at all in the Sri Lankan effort, which is quite disappointing.
One of many left-handers, Pereira, in this lineup.
Another wicket keeper, if you may like.
Yes, another wicket keeper.
Made his debut as a keeper. Was in good form in the shorter format. He's not played a test cricket in a while. Got a brilliant 100 at the Bay Oval against New Zealand. Unfortunately, a losing course. Has been striking it really well, Kusal Perera. And that form is what's brought him back into the mix for the longer game.
3 for 35. Holland in his second over of this innings. Leaning forward Pereira.
Successful over for Holland. It's 2 overs, 1 for 5, his figures at the moment.
He'll be energised, John Holland, about that. He, again, we talked about it with Matt earlier, hasn't had necessarily the conditions to suit. But this has been a pretty good performance all in all from the Cricket Australia 11. Just what they would be looking for. Young players getting runs. It's not the ones they wanted initially to get them, but getting them all the same. Patterson, Doran with hundreds. Scott Boland around the wicket to the left-hander, Pereira. Terrific piece of fielding.
Interesting field. Short leg. There's a mid-wicket. 2 men in the deep. On the leg side, and Boland starting around the wicket straight away to the new batsman, Kusal Pereira. A slip in a gully. Yeah, push him onto the back foot. Try and give him a work over. That's probably what Joe Burns has instructed Scott Boland to do.
Oh, with a bounce through to the keeper.
Good one. That was
Very
quick.
good one.
Well directed and equally well left by Kusal Pereira. Jason Sangha under the helmet has to make sure that doesn't step on that line. Only 2 fielders are allowed behind square, behind the crease on the leg side, so they've already got 2 in the deep. So constantly needs to pay attention to that.
It's working behind point. Will Pucovski tidying up. Labuschagne gets the handball. He very lively fielder indeed. Marnus Labuschagne, he's a real ball of energy.
And those 3 wickets have lifted the spirits off the Cricket Australia 11. Bit of energy, bit of spark.
Yes.
Searching for more.
Smell of victory.
Exactly what the game did need.
Kicked off the pads.
Fish just away off
Yes.
from Jason Sangha. Pretty close indeed.
Yes.
Thigh pad, the chest pad, everything's in. Expecting this type of line from the Australian bowlers.
Put his toes on that occasion. A very unorthodox shot and flying over the infield, but a couple of runs to Pereira.
Interesting shot. He did look to go aerial. There's not many fielders there. He just saw it and he went for it, but ended up just scooping it in the air. Bottom of the bat.
Cleared the infield quite comfortably, even though he did hit the bottom of the bat.
Would have been embarrassing if that had just gone to the fielder.
Very much so.
And 4 down, another wicket like that.
Boland charging in with another bouncer through to the keeper.
Sri Lanka's coach Chandika Hathurusinha will be tearing whatever hair that's left on his head.
Now, very fitting that Elise Perry finishes the game with a 6. What a season she's had. They can't believe what's just happened, how they've got out of jail there. The Sydney Sixers won in the Super Over and will take on the Brisbane Heat in the WBBL final. Been a real pleasure for us at the Cricket Network to have a lot of the WBBL this year, Russell. I've seen a lot of it and it's been terrific. It gets better every year, the product. It's improving rapidly. young girls now with an opportunity to play cricket at the top level, something to strive for. And I think that's just fabulous. Sri Lanka here, 3 for 38. Holland working to Thiramane, who's 11 off 34 deliveries. Throws one a little bit wider. Doran, low and tidy again.
No hurry at all, Lahiru Thiramane.
It's an interesting discussion, Russell, about intent and what we've, just in this small sample size, what we've seen in this game and we've seen with the Sri Lankan batters, and the intent to score. And that doesn't mean that you still don't play old school cricket, leave, etc. But the intent from the Australians has seemed to be a lot more positive from when they've got out to the middle.
You have a lot of doubt in the Sri Lankans' minds, that's for sure. They obviously do know that these are not conditions they're suited for, they're natural games. So they're still searching, whereas Cricket Australia 11 players know exactly what to expect. And the same you see when teams like Australia, England tour the subcontinent. They're looking for demons that probably don't exist. Getting that right mindset to express yourself is such a challenge. A lot tougher than you would imagine.
End of another over, 16 complete here at Bill Reeve under full sunshine this afternoon. It has been quite a windy day, but the weather is, apart from a bit of wind, quite nice. Mid-20s here in Hobart. The rain that's been threatened for the last couple of days hasn't arrived at all. Pitch has played okay. It's been a bit slow and a little bit low, but not starting to offer a bit of turn. I'd say the last...
Not exactly what Sri Lanka might experience at the Gabba.
Yes. Interesting to see how that Gabba pitch comes up. Joe Burns now to wide. He's slipping a gully. Boland again operating around the wickets of Thiramane and just dropping it at his feet and nearly taking off. Labuschagne lurking wouldn't have been an ideal move. Wickets to fall so far today. Karunaratne made 3. Dick Wheeler was pretty industrious at the time and played some good shots, but fell for 19. And De Silva, the last one to fall for 2. Nisa with a couple wickets for the Australians. Boland just trying to get that Yorker into off stump. Dug out well from Thiramane.
2 ways of looking at that. Dug out well, you'd say, but from Thiramane's point of view, if he'd got that front leg in a better position, he would have been able to just lean into it. It was too far across, in line with the ball. So he's got to pull away, look at, and that knee, so he can't access it to hit it. So he can only squeeze it out. Whereas ideally, if he'd read the line proper, or could maintain the weight of his head just down the line, he wouldn't be going across as much, because that was a scoring opportunity. So it's something I've seen throughout his career. Still there, that front leg going way across. Very strong square of the wicket if it's in that arc.
That's one just seaming in and
outside the line. I thought there was a bit of bat as well.
Boland's plan here now is to really attack the stumps, and it was outside the line, but not too far away.
I don't think there was any bat. but certainly outside the line of off stump. So these particular positions, these extra positions or the specific positions that you can get yourself into actually open up more parts of the ground where you can score freely. With his weight going across and the front leg going across, if it's outside off stump.
That one, oh, nearly went back onto the stumps. What a fascinating bit of play on that occasion. He waited for the shot. He was about to play a back foot drive and then just bobbed up, and the left foot soccer work was quite tidy to finish up.
Backward of square, forward of square, just around that area, he'll score lots of his runs. So I think that's something he needs to look at, which will just make him a free-flowing player. Strike rate 12 or 42, even in the first innings, batted about 120 balls for the 30 runs he made. He'll breathe a lot better when out in the middle, if he can put pressure on the bowlers for their slightest mistake. 3 for 39 after 17. A couple of wickets for Michael Neser and 1 for Holland.
Made an over on that occasion from Bolden. 17 overs gone in the innings so far. 42 overs remain for the Sri Lankans. Holland going to continue now. I wonder how far it is before Marnus Labuschagne gets his opportunity with his leg spinners. 2 wickets yesterday.
Just 3 overs for Boland, so you'll see him bowl a couple more probably.
Yep.
I'm not very sure whether Joe Burns will want to go back to Tremaine and Neser for a second burst, a shorter second burst. 42 more overs scheduled. Got him.
Oh dear. Well, that was really, really silly. Pereira
Awful.
advancing.
Awful cricket. Just trying to slog Holland out of the park. There was a deep mid-on, so he had to go across the line to try and hit it to mid-wicket. No turn, nothing. He's just missed a straight ball. Getting worse and worse for Sri Lanka and their plans, their thought process.
Sri Lanka 4 for 39. Pereira departs for 3. Holland's got a couple. And this game is really deteriorating in a significant fashion for Sri Lanka. A very ordinary performance so far today, it must be said.
Dilruwan Pereira is the new batsman, so we still haven't seen Dinesh Chandimal, Sadira Samaravikrama, and of course Kusal Mendis. Samaravikrama and Dinesh Chandimal did have an opportunity in the first innings.
Yes, Pereira, he's probably a 50-50 proposition. Does he play in this next test?
No Roshan Silva in as yet. He batted really well, was unbeaten. Looked like he was playing a different game to the others, unruffled by what was going on around. Knew exactly where to score his runs. If this continues, I have to see all of them come in.
They might get 15 tries, do you think?
Second for Holland.
Pereira, the off spinner, 36-year-old. He's been a semi-regular figure now for 5 or 6 years in the test setup. Obviously played second fiddle to Muralitharan and Harara for such a long time. Ooh, lean forward with a little inside edge. Short leg in the game. Sanger in there with a helmet. Bat and pad. Holland with a pep in his step.
Very tough for Sangha to get to that.
Short leg going to slip in for Holland. 2 for 6 his figures. Pereira leans forward. Oh dear, Crystal Pereira. Yeah, I'm not sure what he was doing. That was an awful shot, to be quite frank. And that's not a better one either on that occasion from Dilrian. This is becoming comical for my friend here, Russell Arnold. He's not liking at all what he's seen from the Sri Lankans, nor he should be. Another over complete. Sri Lanka in tatters. 4 for 40 off 18 overs. That's the replay there of that shot, and it is everything you just wouldn't recommend in a cricket shot.
Just missed a straight one. Not a lot that Holland did, but he's just been pegging away.
Yes.
Hold a peach of a delivery to Dhananjay De Silva. The only one we've really seen spin. Ball and over the wicket. Short legs in place, so yeah, give him a workout. Why not? Try and pick up 6 more and seal this game.
Sandakan turned his wrong on a couple of occasions. Certainly been a little bit more spin today than yesterday, but you're right, not much at all. Boland back around over the wicket to the right-hander Pereira. 5:45 local time here in Hobart. Just getting now towards the back end of what's been a excellent game of cricket. We've learnt some stories, in particular with the Australian batting. Curtis Patterson putting his hand up very high. Labuschagne 50 today. Jake Doran, the youngster, 22-year-old former New South Welshman, plays his cricket. Tasmania got 100 in the first innings. A few ticks from Australian perspective, and no ball from Boland on that occasion.
Very tight call indeed. Sometimes it's very difficult for the umpires because the foot lands and slides for most of these fast bowlers. What really matters is first point of impact. And with most of these bowlers nowadays, with this open action, that hardly anyone gets round. Gets their front foot right across and goes over. So if you do have a look at Scott Boland, Chris Tremaine, their front leg is actually blocked by their body from the umpire's side. So many bowlers around the world go with that technique now, those straight lines. A lot to do with injury prevention. And you see, you come across no balls not being called. And if a wicket goes, you're happy to let it go unless you're very, very sure. Or when a wicket falls, you go upstairs and check it. So these are the problems the umpires do face. The sliding, and then the front foot not being visible because of their bodies. Abakar, Yunus, bowlers of the past, they get their bodies around, so the front foot is actually outside the body, which is visible to the umpire. If you look at it from that angle, Scott Boland's back leg lands and his front leg lands more towards the slips, so away from the umpire. So for him to view it, he's got to look through or over Boland's body. So those are the challenges they face. So you're happier to let it go if you're unsighted or not sure. But those bowlers get around.
With a good bounce through the door, and that was a good delivery. Full ball, and then really tucking him up.
Which you rarely find nowadays. Their front foot can be seen. So it's easier for umpires. Brilliant. This is brilliant bowling, giving him a good workout. He's still got those 2 slips in the gully because he does expect to try and throw it up there and maybe pick up an edge. And he does, but brilliant.
Good shot from Pereira down the ground. That'll race away. Won't quite get to the boundary. They'll turn for 3. Positivity from Dilruwan Pereira. 19 overs complete. 4 for 48. Thiramane not out 12. Dilruwan Pereira on 8. New man to the crease. Boland's figures 4 overs, none for 10.
Good shot because he waited for it to come to him. He was able to get a decent stride in. And the base was good so that he could just punch it rather than search for it. Those hands not getting in front of the body.
Holland to continue here from the river end. He's got the field a little bit more spread now for Pereira. Long on's gone back to about 3/4 of the way out. Long off's about halfway to the boundary. Deep backward square and a deep point. That's off the pad, you'd assume, the way it rolled down there. Wait for the umpire to confirm that, which he does. 4 for 49. You are enjoying the coverage on the Cricket Network wherever you are. David Lithgow and Russell Arnold bringing you the concluding stages. Sri Lanka 4 for 49. 39 overs remaining after this one. It's a little lap there from Thiramane. Good positivity. He'll pick up a couple of runs here.
50 comes up for the Sri Lankans.
Sure that a lot of the Sri Lankans will be applauding that wonderful milestone or not. 4 for 51.
Not me.
No.
There are a few, though, who have just realized that the 50 is on the board.
Holland looking for a bag now. 2 for 9. Doran been tidy. Be hard to fault his work as a general rule. Push down to long on. Well, it's not long on really because he's only about halfway to the fence. Right-hander back on strike now with Pereira.
That's pretty much a similar delivery that dismissed Dhananjay De Silva. Dilruwan Pereira on the front foot, keeping it out, rather than getting caught in no man's land.
The last ball of the over. 5 overs from Holland complete. 2 for 10. Sri Lanka 4 for 52 after 20 overs. After Russell Arnold, Matt Taylor coming into the commentary box.
About half an hour to the dinner break remaining, and then the one session, total of 39 overs in the game for Sri Lanka to negotiate. It's never about chasing down the 365 that was set when Cricket Australia 11 declared at 224 for 3. Another 100 to Curtis Patterson, 102 not out. Will Pucovski was 33 when the declaration was made at the tea break. Earlier in the day, Marnus Labuschagne was dismissed soon after he reached a half century. But great work with the ball. 2 for Nisa, 2 for Holland. Got Sri Lanka on the back foot. 4 for 39 now. 13 runs being put on. Dimuth Karunaratne, the first to go, caught on the crease. Loose shot from Niroshan Dikwella, which we've seen time and time again. Ball not there for the drive, nicking through to Burns. Holland came in, angle in, a bit of turn off the stumps, but Dhananjay De Silva again, feet going nowhere. And you don't want to see this. Certainly not. Kusal Pereira didn't bat in the first innings, dismissed for 3 with that wild hoik to the onside, missing a straight one. Matthew.
Good evening again, Russell. Yeah, just a difficult period for Sri Lanka because the momentum now is against them. You know, you obviously have these practice matches and you want to build into a test. And in fact, now they're still searching for, I guess, their combinations and their form. And they've got Big Boland coming around the wicket.
Pereira's looked good since he walked in. Pretty positive, a good drive off the front foot down the ground. One off the back foot, picked up his only boundary so far. Right into that rib cage with the field set.
Yeah, and that's important for Pereira as well. Being that we've been discussing lineups and so forth, actually having a bit of time in the middle can help his case when we're considering him as a bowling option as well. Adding a little bit of extra batting depth can't hurt for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that's what Pereira brings to you. He's got a high score of 95. That was made on debut. But has made useful runs. Don't want your batting to end at number 8. Of course, Suranga Lakmal, he's improved as well in what he does. There's not a lot you can expect. So the top 7 have to do the job, but in what we've seen here today, it's not a lot to get excited about. Not only today, even through the effort yesterday.
Yeah, we look at the man on strike at the moment, Tirimana. At the very least, he's been solid. He hasn't been fluent, I don't think, in either innings, but he's been solid in both, and he's dug in and made a concerted effort. There
Brilliant. Good stride in. Outside the off stump, towards extra cover. That's his strength. You bowl there, he'll carve you through the covers all day long. Ahiru Tirimana. Boland keeps pegging away.
Yeah, and just a little article that's just been published, Fairfax Media, just in the last couple of minutes. Tom Decent, who's Fairfax journalist stationed here at the ground, has just reported that the selectors have confirmed they won't be rushing Curtis Patterson in, which, as we knew anyway, but that's actually been now put on the record that his efforts here won't see him elevated into the test squad at the moment. Just some news that's come through in the last couple of minutes.
I would have been very, very surprised if that had happened.
Of course, Greg Chappell's been stationed here at the ground. No doubt would have liked what he saw, but a bit harsh on the other guys that were already selected. Holland looking good too. 2 for 11 at the moment. Nice reward for him after bowling consistently without too much luck in the first innings. Mix up.
Just an appeal to keep everyone interested and add a bit of excitement in. They all knew that Dilron Pereira had managed to get back.
It's a funny one, that one, because it was in front of the wicket, so it wasn't Pereira's call, but he was probably running to the danger end where the fielders were stationed. He was sent back by Tiramana, who's moved himself on to 21.
There was a single. Tiramana wanted it. He came down and then suddenly decided. He's not happy, but he did call him and came a long way down.
Everyone's been there who've played cricket at any level. The old yes, no, waiting. Uh-oh. Two batsmen at one end. So then 4 for 60, 22 overs, 37 remaining in the day. The overs shared around between the 4 Australian frontline bowlers. Scott Boland now to start his 6th.
Extended spell for Boland, wicketless, but he's been very good. Leg slip also for Tiramana. Sangha will be disappointed. He should have done better to try and keep Tiramana on strike. If the left-hander and right-hander regularly are able to swap up, it will frustrate Boland and the captain.
Not to mention the other fielders who are shifting positions every ball as well, so it's...
You ideally want to line up the batsman, bowl a few balls continuously at him. He'll stay around the wicket to the right-hander. Short leg slips, deep square leg in front of square, and the fine leg. There's also wideish mid-wicket, or a wideish mid-on. Slip and a gully. Joe Burns also not too deep at slip, seeing a lot of edges fall short.
Yeah, even that ball that was dug in by Boland really dying on its way through to Jake Doran. Another one that's barely carried to Doran.
It'll make it difficult for the batsman to judge the bounce. It's a little inconsistent. If you knew it was bouncing and quick, you can sway away. You know that your stumps are not in danger. Pitch has slowed down, so it's for an eternity it's in front of you, which kind of makes you have a poke. Going along nicely, Dilron Pereira.
One slightly uppish, as we see on the replay. It was wide of that mid-wicket, mid-on fieldsman. But just for a moment, he might have thought he was in the game. Safely wide, though.
He's a real workhorse. I like the fact that he's strong. He's a big lad who can hit the deck hard. This is probably not the type of wicket that he would really love, but a bit more pace and bounce. Scott Boland will be a handful.
Unfortunately, probably used to this though. Playing a lot of cricket at the MCG. Boland, those drop-ins at the end of their life cycle. Lovely shot.
Nicely played, just leaning into it. Couple of boundaries then for Lahiru Tirimana off late through that cover region. Boland ends another 4 for 66 Sri Lanka. Square of the wicket. Very, very strong.
That's a nice looking shot. And that's the sort of shot that earlier in his innings, and even to an extent in the first innings, wasn't quite able to find the timing, but now that he's been around for a little bit, got used to the pace and the conditions, able to ease into that stroke.
Things have calmed down out there for the Sri Lankans. 3 wickets fell in a hurry for very poor shots within the space of 10 runs, and suddenly there was a massive buzz, but these two have just steadied the ship. And your approach, your application, it sends out a different message. Suddenly again, it looks a flat pitch. No turn to be seen, no dramas. Just comes down to application.
It's almost like at the moment we're waiting for the night session. That's where there's probably the most to be gained out of this match, the experience, the pink ball under lights. And at the moment we're just sort of going through the motions probably, and you know, long on, long off in, singles down the ground.
Well, yesterday at this time we were playing under lights. It was
true.
Probably it was gloomy and played under conditions where it was like dusk for probably 4 hours of the day. We really wouldn't play at night, because there's light somewhat till about 8:30, 8:45. So it's only a handful of overs that you'd play with the dark skies around you.
Another over complete for Holland. 2 for 16 he has. It's a nice little return for him. How will the Sri Lankans be feeling at the moment?
Not great, that's for sure. Nothing's gone to plan. The bowlers were not able to make inroads. Neither could they exert some control over Cricket Australia's batting in both innings. None of them have gone on to make big scores or have been fluent. Roshan Silva to a certain extent looked all right to me, but the others were pretty scratchy. And then you add to that what happened in the second innings due to very poor shot selection. I'd say the plans are in disarray.
There you go. Russell Arnold, who tends to travel the world watching Sri Lanka play. Disarray at the moment. And 4 for 70. As we see a bowling change. Marnus Labuschagne to bowl his leg spinners. There's a short leg and a slip in place for him. Plenty of vacant space.
Couple of wickets in the first innings.
Yep.
One off the worst delivery he bowled, and then of course the second one was a peach. So at both ends of the lever, good and bad for Labuschagne, but he's getting the results. Gives it a good rev.
Yeah, he's worth sticking with his leg breaks. There's certainly something there, because anyone who is prepared to bowl with the energy and the revs that he gets on the ball, it's worth persevering with and practicing.
A lot of energy through the run-up. Hits crease hard a little. A longish run-up for Marnus Labuschagne. Very good at setting the batsman up. I saw in the first innings where bowled quite a few sliders and then bowls the slower one, which goes up and then drops.
That's what it's often about, isn't it? The variation of the pace and the trajectory on the ball. It's a nice delivery, that one. Just dropping on a good length. Not a whole heap of purchase.
He's not a natural short leg fielder, Jason Sangha. The way he feels there. He's a brilliant fielder in the outfield. Not.
Yeah, he might be...
not the ideal man. Of course, he's probably the youngest.
The youngest,
so
yeah.
He gets landed with it.
Yeah, and as well, probably, well, him and Pucovski would be the two youngest, and I think Pucovski might be someone they'd keep away from that position.
Big side-ish. I think Sangha's the youngest, isn't it? Pucovski's 20, Sangha's 19.
Yeah.
Amazing how that bit works.
Well, that's right. I mean, you think of the hierarchy of fielding positions. We'll get back to that in a second. Often something like the slips cordon can tend to be a place you need to work yourself into, even when you're a good catcher as a youngster. But Matt Renshaw at 19 made his Test debut. First ball on the field in Test cricket, he was at first slip. He was the best slips catcher in the side, and they said, okay, let's show us. And I think he might have even actually spilt one the first chance that came to him, I think, low down the Adelaide Oval. But he doesn't spill many anymore. He took a good catch off Labuschagne. That's second wicket in the first innings for the leg spinner.
4 for 72. Very straight. Given. No doubt about it. Dilruwan Pereira's missed a straight one. Would have thought that it was going on with the angle, but I still think that would have hit leg stump. Another one bites the dust for Sri Lanka. Dilruwan Pereira this time. LBW to Holland for 14. You got to say, a very soft dismissal. Another one for the Sri Lankans.
Yeah, lazy, wasn't it? See the replay here. This will be interesting. That's straight and down the line. That's hitting middle or leg stump.
Middle. Looking at it on replay, I think it did straighten a bit and it's hitting middle. Hit him low. No doubt at all. He has to go. Third wicket then for John Holland. He's feasting out there. He's not getting a lot of turn. It's not a spinning track by any means, but he's got the Sri Lankans in a tangle. Sadira Samaravikrama is the new batsman. He's out there because Dilruwan Pereira has just missed a straight one.
Yeah, this is disappointing now for Sri Lanka. You described it before, Russell, that the plans were in disarray. Well, 5 for 72, 25 overs in against the second string Australian side. They've been out-batted and out-bowled throughout the majority of these nearly 3 days. And this match, whilst it's been a little bit ho-hum, as we'd say, just meandering along, Suddenly Sri Lanka finds themselves 5 down in 25 overs through a bit of lazy batting.
Certainly was, and that's the trap you fall into. You've got to maintain that intensity. Of course, the pressure of the test match and the speed livens them up, and there'll be a little bit more of application, I'd say. But just doesn't help when you look at it. Why you have preparation is to get used to the conditions and then also take that feel-good factor into the test match, that you know when you go out there that you've done some preparation. Yes, I felt good, this happened, that happened. But here, there's none of that they can carry forward. .620, dinner break. Still sticking to that?
I think so. Yep, I think so. So
that's about 5 to 8 minutes away. Sadira Samaravikrama, who himself played an awful shot to get out in the first innings when he chipped one, looking to play onto the onside, leading edge to mid-off, where Curtis Patterson swallowed it. Well, he gets another hit.
yeah, and he's coming against spin again. Big gap out on the leg side if he wants to take it on. Just watchful.
Yeah, likes to dominate. That's always the downfall. Same with Niroshan Dikwala. Successful over from John Holland. It's 5 for 72. Sri Lanka in their second innings. Have another 33 overs to bat.
You know, you look at these figures, and this is certainly no criticism, but you look on paper, 8 overs, 3 for 16, John Holland. You think he's bowled well, but you can bowl none for 100 and potentially bowl just as well as John Holland's bowled today. And I guess that's evening itself out, if you like. But, yeah, probably been, I don't want to say gifted, but certainly been assisted by some
ordinary
poor batting. Yeah.
Yeah, poor. Ordinary is too nice.
Russell, you were down around the Sri Lankan side when they were warming up this morning. Did you sense that the intensity and the attitude wasn't there?
No, they were being put through their paces. Stumper, Steve Dixon was in charge, fielding drills, trying to lift up the spirits. Work on that intensity to take out there. The bowlers were doing their bit. But then, more often than not, you just get sucked into going through the motions and they find themselves in an embarrassing situation. Lairu Tirumana, of course, 30 for the second time in the game, batting long periods, but not scoring freely.
He certainly, he's locked himself in, hasn't he, now, for the top of the order at the Gabba.
I don't think there was any doubt in Tirumana opening. He came out both innings. I think they did know they are going into the test match with Tirumana to partner Karunaratne.
So Labuschagne's got a right-hander to bowl to, slip and short leg. Has him on the back foot. Very watchful. So it's probably a fairly regulation field for a leg spin up. They're just trying to entice him to try and push through that gap between point and cover. There's a sweeper out there and saying the singles on off, and see that they're playing away from his body. One might just take the edge.
Good over from Labuschagne. 5 for 73.
So we presume this will be the last over here in the second session on day 3 at the Blundstone Arena. John Holland has the ball in hand. He's just keeping his name on the selection radar as well. Difficult predicament for him with Nathan Lyon, the greatest finger spinner in Australian Test history, currently in the squad. Russell, you would have no doubt been watching when Nathan Lyon made his Test debut in Sri Lanka. Dismissed Kumar Sangakkara with the first ball of his career in a Test match there. And while bowling well, few would have presumed he would go on to be the 4th highest wicket taker in Test history for Australia at that point. He's come on and he's kept guys like John Holland and Fawad Ahmed out of the Test team for a long time.
There's a lot to like about what Nathan Lyon does. He challenges batsmen, goes right over the top, gets good turn and bounce, bowls wonderful angles. Pretty much aware of what he does, even looking at the one days right now. Kind of notice Indians who play spin very well just don't get to milk him. He is able to bowl lots of dots. So if they want runs, they need to hit him. Unlike a lot of other spinners who are just letting batsmen just get off the hook now and again and waiting for square turners to make their mark. Whereas Nathan Lyon, the fact that he gets hit for boundaries amongst a lot of the dot balls that he bowls, I think it's a good thing. He's not giving batsmen free runs.
Yeah, and he's also probably only the second dominant Test cricketer in Australia that's actually come from 2020. David Warner was the first, and Nathan Lyon discovered in T20, playing when it was South Australia. There's nearly a run out there, a bit unexpected, before the Big Bash League came to be in its current guise. He was a groundsman in Adelaide and played for South Australia. Now that will be the dinner break. 5 for 75 Sri Lanka off 28 overs. They trail by 289. Tirumana's 31 not out, and Samara Wickrama on just 1.
Michael needs a 2 for 8. Started things off. John Holland capitalizing on the pressure maintained by the others. 3 for 18. Tremaine was good. Of course, a little expensive because of Niroshan Dikwala's cheekiness. And that itself brings about his downfall. Caught by Burns, Nisa from the other end. Dhananjay D'Souza caught on the crease. Yes, the ball did straighten, cleaned up the batsman. Dilruwan Pereira came in, played a few good shots, and tried to build a partnership with Lahiru Tirumana. Scott Boland tested the batsman out from different angles, but just couldn't get in amongst the wickets. Couple of good-looking cover drives through the offside. Got Tirumana's innings going, which was pretty much battered right through the innings so far. 28 overs, 5 for 75. 31 overs remain. The last session of this 3-day practice match. We'll be back after this break.
Welcome back to the arena, the Cricket Australia 11, led by their captain, Joe Burns.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Bellerive Oval. The last session of the three-day game between the Cricket Australia 11 and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka in, well, they're in tatters, 5 for 75. They're a long way behind the game. Just a quick recap, of course, Australia making 316 in their first innings, declaring at the 75 over mark. In reply, Sri Lanka 176. And the second innings complete today. 59 overs, Australia 224. Curtis Patterson, the story. Another 100 on the back of his 157 in the first innings. What a signature weekend it's been for him. And Sri Lanka have found themselves 5 for 75. So a long way behind the game in all facets. Hard to get really enthusiastic in what we've seen in particular today. John Holland, 3 for 18. Michael Nisa, 2 for 8, have done the damage. Diramane still there. He's made 31 off 68, a similar tale from what he did in the first innings, albeit off a lot more deliveries. And Samara Wickrama, a new man at the crease, is on 1. Matt Taylor's with us for the last session today. Russell Arnold's departed. Great to have his company for the last couple of days. He's on the way back home to Sydney. Matt, we've seen a pretty good Australian team, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Good evening, David and everyone. See Labuschagne just resuming proceedings after the dinner break. But, yeah, Russell, I think he needs to get on that flight home because he was pretty disappointed.
He was indeed.
He'd seen enough.
Marnus Labuschagne with his leggies and a hint of a inside edge going somewhere near short leg. Jason Sanger operating under the helmet. Marnus Labuschagne bowled well yesterday with a couple of wickets. He's looked pretty good.
Yeah, he has. Just a little bit of turn, a hint of turn there for Marnus to the right-handed Samarawickrama. Yeah, Russell's assessment of the Sri Lankans, he downgraded it pretty quickly from ordinary to poor. He said at 5 for 76. Nicely bowled as well. That they just really, all their plans were in disarray. And, you know, Russell is as big an authority on Sri Lankan cricket and the performance in particular of the national team as anybody. Travels around the world commentating their matches.
That one a quicker delivery on the pads. Upfielder in play. So Labuschagne on 50 in the second innings. He looked disappointed with his performance when he got out. But he's had a pretty solid game. Failed in the first innings with the bat. With a couple of wickets in the Sri Lankan first innings and operating again here. That one's flicked into the onside for a single.
Another astute observation that he did make earlier was that poor Jason Sanger under the lid at short leg does not look like a natural short leg fieldsman. There he is again. He's not seeing them off the bat. I'm not really sure he's got a hand on one all day. That is not a nice place to be under the lid.
Certainly is not.
Nicely bowled.
Was nicely bowled.
Just a little bit of flight and dip from Marnus Labuschagne. A big chase on for Nisa. He's not going to get there. Yeah, playing away from the body. Samarawickrama could have gone to hand. Goes for 4 instead.
Plenty of work to do here still for the Sri Lankans. A little bit of pride, if anything, should be their priority. It's been a disappointing game all up. It's just deteriorated from day to day. Started quite well in the first afternoon. Early wickets, some real energy in the field. Chimera bowling well. Sadly, from their perspective, it has been a really disappointing first game here in Australia. 5 for 81, 29 overs completed, 30 left in the day.
So we've seen a lot of the combinations as well, batting orders and so forth from Sri Lanka. that they'll be deploying in the test match, and really they've struggled to make them work against the second string Australians, and I think that will be the concern for the camp. John Holland has bowled well, but if you look at a scorecard without watching a game and you see a bowler 3 for 18 off 9, your first thoughts are, wow, you know, like there's a snake on the ball or something. Like, that's just outrageous bowling. But actually he's bowled solidly and been assisted by some pretty ordinary batting.
Holland first up after the break. His figures 3 for 18, as Matt Taylor mentioned. He's bowled pretty tidily today. Got one to really rip and turn earlier on the back foot. Thiramane picking up a single to deep point. That'll bring Sadira Sabawa Wickrama on strike. 23-year-old from Columba. Just played the 4 test. I doubt very much he's going to get into the side for that first test at the Gabba. Just can't find a spot for him at this stage. It's quite nicely struck. No Mendes today. There was perhaps anticipation that he would have a bat after that nasty knock on day 1 when a full-blooded Jake Doran sweep shot got him in the hand, but no break. The X-rays were clean. Great news from a Sri Lankan perspective, because he's their second best player. The best player's not here. Oh, that's perhaps arguable with Dinesh Chandimal, who has a much superior average, but young Mendes is the future. 23 years of age, and there's another wicket. John Holland's having a picnic. He picks up his 4th wicket, and the Sri Lankans in disarray. 6 for 82. Samara Wickrama departs for 6.
Yeah, that's another ordinary shot, playing away from the body. Lazy cricket, angled bat. He wasn't really leaning into it forward or back, and in the end brought about his downfall. He's got out to 2 loose shots in this match. It's not the ideal preparation for a test match. 6 for 82.
Just nothing there with his feet, his head. It was a pretty ordinary dismissal. Not as bad as Kusal Pereira's perhaps, but the tale of woes continue for the Sri Lankans. They are tumbling out of the arena here this evening. Dear oh dear, they've been disappointing.
Yeah, the problem here is it's all about momentum into the test match. I mean, you think of how this match started for them. 3 wickets against, when they in the first day they got 3 early wickets of players within the test squad. 3 Queenslanders, Renshaw, Burns and Labuschagne. They were right on top. And since then, they've been dismantled, firstly by Patterson and Doran. Then the Aussie bowlers didn't give them anything to work with in that first innings. Patterson again, second dig. Labuschagne also chipping in. Now John Holland. 4 for 19 he has.
Yeah, he'll be pleased with that. He's got all those 4 wickets after I asked you if you ever played Test cricket again too. Just going to remind you that.
Yeah, and I started talking about how the only spinner who looked threatening here was Marnus Labuschagne. And since then, he's reminded us not to write him off. Now, Roshan Silva comes to the crease. Solid, experienced right-hander who had to wait for his debut, as Russell described for us yesterday, some time, but when he did come into the test side, he was able to hit the ground running. That one's beaten everyone.
Gone straight through him, goodness me. Actually went on a little bit quicker with the arm, didn't it? Didn't turn an awful lot. Did enough. Probably Doran, he hasn't made many mistakes, so I'll have to give him the benefit of the doubt before we see the replay here.
Well, that's incredible.
Yeah, nothing there could do with that.
Well, that's beaten, it's spun into the left-hander, but it's beaten him on the outside edge. And Doran's just not expecting him to miss that, and it's missed the stumps by centimetres. Oh, that's close.
I've liked everything I've seen from Marnus Labuschagne's bowling. I think he's done really well. Continuing now from the Church Street end. That one's tossed up a little bit more, and Thiramane leaning forward, lays into the offside.
Maybe the one player in the Sri Lankan batting lineup who'll be happy with their work in this match is Thiramane, who's got to the 30s twice, but importantly occupied the crease. And probably shown some discipline where his teammates haven't.
That one's a flatter delivery and worked off the hip for a single. Cheers, shot. Stumpson collecting the pickets. Silver well home.
Short legs just moved into a leg gully.
Yes.
Just behind the crease there.
The back foot just trying to work that one away. Roshan Silva, the 30-year-old, looked pretty good in the first innings. He'll bat number 6, you'd imagine, next week at the Gabba. That one. Bit of turn.
Yeah. Bit of drop and turn. See the replay here. Yeah, Silva playing away from his body, pulled out of it in the end.
Yes.
Nicely bowled. You see the drop there. Oh, that side on replay is excellent. Just with with any sort of spin, it's just that little bit of pop out of the hand. It just comes up out of the hand. And that shows they're getting nice revolutions over the ball. Who would have thought at the start of the summer we'd say that in mid-January we'd be sitting in Hobart watching John Holland and Marnus Labuschagne put on a spin clinic against Sri Lanka.
There's definitely been some more turn today. Holland tosses that one up. Thiramane leaning forward. This is a little bit dire for the Sri Lankans. These two experienced players, they would do everyone a lot of favours, you'd imagine, if they can grind out a little bit here. Ooh, that one too, just getting through the defences. The shout looked to have hit him outside the line.
Lovely drop again from Holland. Great revolutions over the ball. Just sees it curve and drop and then grip and spin in. It's delightful out of the hand.
He's bowled well today, Holland. His control looks really good. Six for 87. The Sri Lankans, one more in Holland's 11th over. Another wicket from the over. John Holland, 4 for 19 off 11. Thiramane not out 34. Roshan Silva not out nothing.
See the shadows there just creeping over the Blundstone Arena. And that's looking south. You can see just on the left of your screen there, the Derwent River in behind the southern end of the stadium. And from that end, the camera angle's at, with the print media section, one of the better views in cricket.
You thoroughly enjoyed the last 3 days here in Bellerive. There's been pretty good conditions for cricket. Certainly from an Australian perspective, there's been some fruits of labour from some of the youth looking to establish themselves in the Test team going forward. Left-hander, Thiramane on strike. A flatter delivery from that one from Marnus Labuschagne, tucked around the corner, single.
I'd like to see Labuschagne just adjust his line slightly towards the left-handers offside. He's bowling a little bit straight and just getting worked away into the leg side. Could just see if he can get him pushing outside the off stump, maybe an edge to Renshaw. It's tucked up Silver, just shooting through onto the thigh guard.
That one tossed up a little bit more, but strain on the pads to the right-handed Silver. Picks up a couple of runs. So certainly in terms of a win, I don't think it was ever Sri Lanka's goal from the outset, to be quite frank. However, that's been long out the window for a long part of this match now. But you can see a real buzz of energy in the field here. Although no cups or trophies coming out of today's game, a lot of pride intact for Joe Burns' Cricket Australia 11. 6 for 91 after 33.
What I love about this Cricket Australia 11, this 11 in particular, is it almost harks back to the old days of a proper Australia A. Remember when, obviously back in the one-day series, the tri-series turned to a quad series and Australia would play Australia A in the final.
But then Damien Martin, and you had a
Matty Hayden charging, Glenn McGrath. But then even going forward...
Craig Rowell was playing, was he?
Yeah. A proper team. I mean, I saw a tweet the other day of an Australia A side where there's a good 50-odd Test hundreds came out of that outfit. You think, wow. But then even in the year since that sort of concept fell away, Australia A was still a big deal to get picked in that side. It meant you were really on the cusp, and probably in recent years it's turned into a tour match for youngsters.
Will beaten. Roshan Silver leaning forward, beaten outside. Didn't turn a lot either. Doran with a good take. Single. Back over the wicket now for Holland to the left-hander. Keeps it a little bit low. Thiramane drops the bat down. .36 not out It comes on the back of 30 in the first innings. He certainly spent some time in the middle. 32 of 109 deliveries for Lahura Thiramane. He's already faced 85 this time around, so with the understanding that he probably will open the batting mat in the next test, there's a small positive to be taken out for the Sri Lankans today.
Yeah, that's right. And I was just thinking about him. 87 balls he's faced in this knock. So by this point of the innings, he's seeing them well. And it's probably just a comment on good bowling, and it's perhaps a slight bit of variable bounce. Has been a little bit slow and low throughout, but that's what's kept him tied down, because certainly nothing's really bothering him. Other than that, that's a lovely delivery again from Labuschagne, spinning away from the right-hander. Oh, yes.
Yes, some nice grip there now for Marnus Labuschagne. This is a good...
That's a great example there of he's just pitched one outside off stump and seen it turn away, and immediately the thought is, right, well, I need to bowl this one straighter. See if I can maybe hit the top of off, catch an edge. Sometimes, you know, you look at the angles and what's going on, and it's not necessary to make that bigger adjustment. The ball he bowled before is something that if the batsman chases, will find an edge.
Oh, dropped.
There's the one.
Well, that one a fraction quicker through the air, but still tossed up somewhat. Doran puts it down.
That's what I was saying. Sometimes it's better to look for that sort of ball than a gadding ball.
They're the sort of catches that they are quite difficult. Pretty good throw from Scott Boland there to keep things interesting with the run. But Roshan Silva with a life. Marnus Labuschagne bowling well. He's very much a confident young man, the Queenslander. Stands at the top of the crease, tossing the ball up like a quality leg spinner would do.
You can see just a nice little bit of a loop out of the hand, and even that ball just dropping ever so slightly on Silva.
Tucked off the hip there, just behind square for another single. 35 overs gone, 6 for 98. The lights are on here at Bellerive. The ground now about 55, 60% covered in shade. Sun will drop behind Mount Wellington over the next hour or so. Does tend to drop a couple of degrees pretty quickly when it does fall behind the Ricky Ponting stand on the western side of the ground. But really a picture-perfect night in Hobart. No wind comparison. What was a pretty breezy day here in the southern capital. Holland looking for a bag of 5.
Really tossed that one up. That's drifted a long way. Gee, there's not too much for Sri Lanka to gain out of this, but you think for the CA11, there's a massive carrot here of potentially bowling out Sri Lanka.
Holland this time to the left-hand Thiramane, who pushes for a single and gets it. That brings up the Sri Lankans 100, 6 for 100. Very much a disappointing day for the Sri Lankans. Just a quick shout out there on Twitter to Calvin and Art, who are enjoying the coverage in Adelaide. Thanks for putting in the time. It's been a good performance from the Cricket Australia 11. Holland around the wicket. Silver lets that one go through to the keeper. "36 overs complete. Sri Lanka 6 for 100.
Just looking around the grounds here, David, and unbelievably, after being none for 30, the Melbourne Renegades in the Big Bash after 2.5 overs, 10 overs gone there, 4 for 64. They lost 4 for 4. Jackson Bird, Marcus Stoinis doing the damage. And
very much an improved Stars outfit looking at that team tonight, Matt.
oh, isn't it what? Hanscom, Maxwell, Stoinis, Zampa, all back.
Labuschagne continuing. 6 for 100, 4 more wickets to get for the Cricket Australia 11. They could reap the rewards tonight with a very much a well-earned victory. Slip in play. Short leg, and that's just to the left hand of Sanger under the helmet. Another single to Thiramane. He moves now to 38.
Sanger's in the batsman's eye line now on the offside, well in front of the wicket. And he's picked one up. There we go. Bit of noise there in the field. Jason Sanger acknowledges the applause. That's fantastic. Look at them all. They're still clapping. He's been in the firing line, Jason Sanger, and I'm not sure he's got a hand on one before then. That one just stuck in the left mid.
Yeah, he's pretty much saying, get me out of here. I'm not sure he's overly interested, especially when they drive like that and he has to duck for cover. It's a pretty good shot from Silver, to be fair. There's a couple of runs they'll turn back from the 3 with a long throw.
Might have been the wrong one from Labuschagne, just tossed up outside the off stump to invite the drive. Bit of extra loop. Just a slight little bit full, and there's Jason Sanger. No, thank you. Smart man. Lovely scenery at the Bellerive Oval. Looking out behind the northern end of the ground. With this fantastic sort of new Western stand, the Ricky Ponting stand that's, what is it, 4 or 5 years old now. Still maintaining some of its old features, isn't it, the ground? And it's got that lovely mix of old and new, bit of character.
Yeah, it is. It's quite a dry hill as you watch over there. Have a look over there. There hasn't been a lot of... We'll just use his feet there, Silver. That won't concern John Holland. Yeah, it's been very barren, such a dry summer in Hobart. It's a real job for the ground staff to just keep pouring the water in, especially on a hill where it just runs off. You know, it's a very difficult exercise. Plenty of action still here this summer with another Couple Hurricanes games. They're going very well on top of the ladder in the BBL. Terrific victory last night on the back of a James Faulkner cameo at the end. What a game that was. Wickets early. Nathan Cordonale going berserk at the end of the Scorchers innings, led by George Bailey in the middle order. The Hurricanes now 8. 7 from 8? 7 wins from 8? Or was that 8 from 9? No, 7 from 8. 7 from 8. So that's with the rest of the pack all very even on 3 or 4 wins. There's quite a gap now from first to second, which means this game tonight here for the Renegades and the Stars is vitally important. Holland here just searching for his 5th wicket.
What about the feast of cricket we've had? I mean, we sat here last night commenting on the ODI while discussing the night session here. We've got Women's Big Bash 2 semi-finals today. We've got a Melbourne Derby on at the moment.
Yeah.
It is fair dinkum all happening. There is cricket everywhere, and actually I love it.
Yep.
I'm not sick of it. I'll watch 3 or 4 screens of cricket any day, as I'm sure many of our viewers currently tuned in at home might also be doing. And we hope that you are enjoying.
Well, the umpire, we just talked about the drop in temperature as it happens. Well, finally it's the sun's Matt's gone behind the Ricky Ponting stand, and the umpires have just put their hand up on cue and said, I think we need a coat. It's getting a bit fresh here in Hobart. You can see the kids on the hill, they're fine. Shorts, T-shirt, no problem. But once that sun drops behind the stand, golly, it gets cool very quickly. I won't be surprised to see the 2 Sri Lankan batters get their short sleeve themselves very quickly. I think 7, 8. 8 of the Australian, or 7 of the Australian team are now got the long sleeve or the short sleeve on. What a terrific honour it must be to wear the jumpers of your country in the great game of cricket. Labuschagne searching for his first wicket of the day. Another one that pushed out wide and some turn. Roshan Silva.
Just playing with Roshan Silva at the moment as well. You can see there on the right of your screen, Sanger's at silly mid-on now, which is a strange position for a leg spinner. Just trying to keep him thinking.
Again, good bowling from Marnus Labuschagne. Just what you were asking for, Matt, previously.
Yeah, nice loop bounce, and there just seems to be a little bit more happening when he bowls that line just off stump and outside. So fields up, the deep point comes up to save 1. We're just encouraging the drive. And Matt Renshaw has just put in an atrocious unnecessary dive there. Have a look at this. Yeah, that ball stayed down too. Renshaw enjoying his cricket at slip. Joe Burns is also in the eye line now at short cover, so they're really trying to encourage this drive from Silva. Wonder if he's going to oblige. Lots of noise. Marnus is enjoying this.
Send in your tweets in terms of who you'd like to see in the test team. Over the next half an hour or so, we'll get a few of the teams out. I've had a couple already coming in as we speak.
Talk us through them.
Send him into at Lithgow Flashman.
A Lithgow Flashman.
That's where... Or at Maddie A _ Taylor.
Mate, do you know how many Matt Taylors there are in the world?
Yeah, that's why you've got about 16 different variations on your thing.
And then the rest. There's 7 digits at the end of my email address just to get one through Gmail.
Michael McLeod sent his in, and he's gone with Marcus Harris, Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne. He's put in Curtis Patterson at 4. Not sure that'll get through to the keeper or not. Will Pucovski, Travis Head, Payne, Stark, Cummins, Lyon and Richardson. Thank you, Michael.
Michael, on principle, I like your side. But there's a problem that Curtis Patterson's not in the squad. And as we actually discussed earlier, an article came out from Fairfax journalist and a friend of mine also stationed here at the ground, Tom Decent, who spoke to Greg Chappell through the day, who's here at the ground as well, and he confirmed Patterson will not be added to the squad.
Yes, so we can put a line through that combination, but I'm sure there's some people that would agree with you. And of course, we've got the Sri Lankan team that needs picking as well. Love to hear your thoughts on the side. Who's in? Who's out?
Speaking of the Sri Lankans, it's been good to see a nice little smattering of Sri Lankan fans just found themselves in the Ricky Ponting stand near where the Sri Lankan team dugout is, which is about where that ball has just been fielded, just to the left on our screen of Chris Tremaine. There they are.
Yes, they've been there since ball 1. Nice to see them there supporting the Sri Lankans. Holland's searching for his 5th wicket here still.
Isn't it great to be able to, when your team is touring Australia, to be able to go down and watch for free?
Yeah,
Your
it's
heroes,
fabulous.
it's awesome.
Fabulous.
Tell you
40
what.
overs complete, 6 for 109.
Oh yeah, just going to say the Renegades are in all sorts here in the Big Bash. 5 for 74 with 13 overs nearly complete. So it's a third of the innings still to go in a must-win match.
Look at different outfit tonight, the Stars, don't they?
Yeah, Liam Plunkett amongst the wickets. He has 2.
There they are, waving. Good to have your company here with us today. Pullover required for the New South Welshman Sanger.
Perhaps a little breeze has come past and all the sweat standing there, panicking about copping a ball in the chest at short leg. He's got the better of Sanger. That is an awful place to be. There is nothing redeeming about fielding at short leg.
Nothing at all.
You sometimes see old highlights of the likes of Mark Waugh standing at Silly Point, no helmet, taking one-handers next to his ears, and you just think, you have no fear and I have so much respect, but I also am not sure about what you are doing there and why.
Oh, well, what about that? Don't mind it. Marnus digging in and bowling a bouncer.
Hey!
Oh, he got some purchase as well, didn't he? It was a good one. Good take from Doran. He's in the game, Marnus, isn't he? This is a
the
good
drive.
spell.
Yeah.
Good spell.
Yeah, this is a pretty good none for 23 from the bit better than part-time leg spin of Labuschagne. And another beautiful leg spinner landed on a good length. No timing from Silva, but he's got it through because Burns is quite short there in the covers. Back for a couple. Labuschagne will be happy. He's playing the shot away from his body. One of those grips, and it's straight into Renshaw's hands. Speaking of Renshaw, just moved himself to leg slip. End of another good Labuschagne over. 18 to go in this tour match. As we see a few items being run out onto the field for both sides, and there's not a lot of hurry to get around. David, any more teams coming through on Twitter?
And Cliff's just tweeted in, and he's really disappointed. Curtis Patterson's a no-go.
You and me both, Cliff. But unfortunately, that's just the way it's going to go this time, and would be very harsh on those players selected if you were to make additions to the squad.
Yeah, very difficult. I think that'd be, yeah.
There's no guarantee Patterson's going to make runs in the game. So
Jason Sanger's finally got his pullover, which he looks thrilled to have, as the shade now has covered 90% of this ground. The hill still basked in sunshine. 7:45 Eastern Standard Time. Hobart time fits in that bracket. Changing the bowling here now. Looks like Scott Boland is going to have another crack at it from the commentary box end, which is the river end here in Hobart. Roshan Silva with a different sighter to look at now after the spinners have been operating for, it's the last 18 overs straight, isn't it? We've had spin. Holland's been on ever since Labuschagne bowled his first. Labuschagne's bowled 9, so figures should add up okay.
yeah, Boland's been good in both innings. None for 23 here, but again, a good none for 23. He's been on the money. I think that's been a real feature of the quicks. I haven't seen many cut shots.
Yes.
Even pull shots. Not a lot of flashing drives. I mean, we actually did see one from Dick Weller, which is caught in the slips, and a couple of nice punching drives through the covers, but no real width on over-pitched or short stuff. It's been pretty disciplined bowling.
Good observation. They have bowled well as a team. The three quicks. Chris Tremaine suggesting there with just a couple of bowl throughs, and he's doing a few little warm-ups now that he might be close to another over or two. 17 to go after this one. And then we focus on the first test of the Gabba next week.
Round the wicket is Boland. 2 out on the hook. Just the one slip and a gully as well. As he runs for Tiramani, and if he runs well, he'll get 2. Does just that.
Thurmani 42 not out off 101 deliveries. So he's at the very least occupied the crease for the time that he's been in over the last 3 days. A small win in what's been a pretty ordinary 3 days for the Sri Lankans.
There's just been a few signs that there's a bit of potential in the outfit. But yeah, just not able to string it together for a whole session.
Well, Mendes is going to strengthen the team. There's no doubt about that. He's going to stiffen up the batting somewhat. But yeah, you really think that it's going to be very tough. I've been very optimistic about perhaps what we can get out of the Sri Lankans this summer, but on what we've seen, the evidence from the last couple of days, I'm losing a little bit of that optimism. Let's hope things can change around. Jason Sangha going to get his chance in the early evening here in Hobart with his leggies.
Russell Arnold said that Sanga's bowling action, just the way he just spun those deliveries out the front of the hand, reminded him a little bit of Chris Harris, the right arm licorice all sorts bowler of New Zealand one-day fame, 90s and 2000s. Can give them a real rip though, Sangha. He's got a slip in place.
He'll be just happy to get out of that short leg position for a little while, I would think. Didn't get to see him, sadly, with the bat, holding out the first innings on the hook shot. Of course, played in the England game at the end of 2017 as a 17-year-old.
Yeah, another 3 days of experience in an elite environment, I think, for Sangha. Unfortunately, not much more than that.
I loved Russell Arnold's analogy of Chris Harris because it's spot on, except they all come out the back of the hand. He's got that similar trot in, hasn't he? Really builds the momentum almost like a medium pacer. Guess it's a rhythm and a timing thing, bowling, isn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a bit of potential with his leggies. It just, I mean, looks just to be just pushing them out the front a bit. I think he gave himself a bit more time to get up and over his front leg and around his body. Sort of almost just pushing them down the track. But nonetheless, he has landed every single one and kept Roshan Silva pretty quiet. I almost think he's actually more of a chance against Tirumana here if he's able just to push one right across the left-hander and it just holds its line, maybe an edge into slip.
Six for 116 after 43 overs. 16 remaining in the day's play. Sri Lanka trailing by 248. Jason Sangha's first over, just costing the 1 run. Just to recap on the days, what we've seen so far. Sorry tale for the Sri Lankans. Karunaratne was out early for just 3. Some really good bowling from Nisa early on, picking up the wicket on that occasion. And that one's hitting the pads and looks pretty close, perhaps sliding down the leg side, Matt.
Yeah, looks to call. Oh, goodness, Simon Fry said no straight away.
Oh, dear. The height's definitely not a problem.
It's the back leg.
It's the back leg which is the key. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
That's out.
I can see how Simon Fry's assumed that one might be sliding down because it did just start to tail back in. But no, that one's out.
Yeah, it was. Sean Silver survives.
Again, because he did edge off Labuschagne as well. Was it Labuschagne
Oh,
or
dear,
Holland?
that's absolutely
Labuschagne.
plum, isn't it? Dick Willer was the next to depart. He was also out of the bowling of Michael Nisa for 19. De Silva didn't last long, made 2. He was bowled from Holland. Kusal Pereira tried to hit one in the stands, clean missed it, also bowled from Holland. Diruran Pereira, LBW to Holland. And Sadira Samara or Rick Rama was the last to fall for 6. It was Holland's 4th wicket. 4 for 28. His figures. This partnership now worth 34 off 81 deliveries. The total now 6 for 116. 15 overs to go after this one. That one there just for a very brief moment. Looks like it was going to creep onto the pads. Marnus Labuschagne with the athletic save at short mid-wicket.
It's nice fielding. Again, this tactic of many fielders in front of the wicket on the leg side. A sign that there's not much happening off the wicket. They're going to attack the stumps. 2 catches at mid-wicket, forward square and a mid-on. That's a great length from Boland. That's a really heavy ball that he's bowling. A little bit of variable bounce, but he's bashing the wicket hard. That one hitting high on the sticker of the bat there. See Silver just taking his bottom hand off the bat. It's an excellent length.
Who's been the pick of the quicks? What?
For the CA11?
Yes.
Let me think about that. In a line ball decision, I'm going to go for Boland just.
Me
What
too.
about you? Yeah?
Yeah, me too. I think he's been very good. I think they've all been good. Nisa's got the 2 wickets obviously in this innings. The other 2 quicks haven't registered a poll. The first innings, Boland with a couple, Tremaine with 1. Labuschagne again, the couple of wickets. Spinners involved in this innings with Holland with 4. Sanger continuing now. There's a bit more loop in that delivery. Romane, though, comfortably works it onto the onside. He's got some white ball potential with the ball as well, hasn't he? He's got pretty good control here, Sanger.
Yeah, he's useful. He's probably a couple of good years of experience away from actually playing a role, I reckon, in the Big Bash. He's got a contract with the Thunder, and they play 3 spinners. They play Cook, Ahmed and Green. And Cook in particular plays the role of that out the front of the hand, quick spinner, into the wicket, stump to stump, power play. And I think Sanger's bowling has the potential to fill that role, which means that it kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone, being that he's there as a batter, and suddenly he becomes a really valuable all-round option in white ball cricket as a batting all-rounder. So a lot of potential there for Sanger if he keeps working on these leggies.
Hasn't been overly convincing in this innings, Roshan Silva. He looks pretty steady in the first, making 36. A couple of chances this time round. Very lucky to survive that LBW from Scott Boland. He'd be out in the test match because they would have gone straight upstairs, and the ball was smashing into middle and leg a bit over halfway up. 14 overs remain. 6 for 117, the Sri Lankans. Dhiramane not out 43. Silva not out 21. Sanger's 2 overs have cost the 2 runs. None for 2. What's happening in the BBL?
Renegades 7 down, just 103 on the board. And in the 18th over, Jack Wildermuth is prodding them back to Dwayne Bravo. So I'm not sure if it's an issue with the wicket, although the fact that the Renegades got to 30 inside the 3rd over without loss suggests that the wicket isn't too bad. It's sometimes a bit slow at the Marvel Stadium. But yeah, they've bowled well, the Stars. Pace-off's been key. Boland again, ball in hand. Number 25 from his 8. Can he get himself a wicket to finish off the Sri Lankans?
Operating around the wicket now to the left-hander, which has been the natural course for most of the time for the seamers.
Fascinating just comparing the approach of the bowling attacks of both sides, in the sense that the really unerring accuracy of the CA11 is probably down to being relaxed. I mean, there's not a lot for them to prove in this match. The squad had already been picked. Just let Boland deliver this one. It's defended. Whereas the Sri Lankans are really bowling for their spot, in especially the likes of Chamira, Rajitha. Really, they were bowling to bowl themselves into the side, and a bit erratic, probably because they're just pushing that extra little bit harder. Someone like Boland, the ball is just leaving his hand with a beautiful upright seam, hitting a immaculate length, 5 and 6 balls and over, and he hasn't really erred the whole time. Some of the Sri Lankans probably can't say the same.
Yeah, disappointing. Yeah, there's no other way to look at it. It started pretty brightly. That was the interesting thing when that ball was hooping around on day 1. They got those early wickets. Chamira in particular right up on his toes, wasn't he? Even in the second innings, they did manage to get the both openers out cheaply. Again, Burns and Renshaw.
Yeah,
both of those softened. Sorry,
yes,
Matt,
both of those players that you mentioned, Renshaw and Burns, will be disappointed, because really they had a you know, a 10 to 15 over max period to ride out. Didn't manage to in either dig.
"13 overs remaining in the day's play." Boland one more delivery in his 9th overs. None for 26 today. Looks like we probably may not see the quicks in Tremaine and Nisa again this evening. Perhaps after Boland bowls one or two more, they might come back for another look at the river end. 6 for 118, Sri Lanka, trailing by 246. Suggested that maybe at 2 minutes past 8 Hobart time, we're going to have a drink. So Thiramane not out, 44. Roshan Silva, 21. Come back very shortly for the last 13 overs of the CA11 versus Sri Lanka game from Hobart. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're around the universe here on the Cricket Network, streaming live.
So we're back here. Blundstone Arena, final session after drinks here. 13 overs to go for the Sri Lankans to bat. 6 for 118 they are. In an official sense, they trail by 246 runs. But perhaps an attempt at winning the match in that regard has never really been what this exercise is all about. Chris Tremaine's back for another go at the northern end. He's got Tiramani driving to mid-on. Tiramani's 44 from 109, been solid. Probably had a couple of slices of luck there. In particular, one ball off Marnus Labuschagne. Somehow missed everything. Speaking of misfortune, Chris Tremaine, as we've discussed at length through the day, overlooked for a return to the Test squad in favour of Jai Richardson, who has been elevated through weight of international performance, competitive in the Shield, but just missing Virat Kohli multiple occasions in the ODI series. Does yet chances no harm. David Lithgow.
Yeah, the Victorians on the social media scene were livid, to say the least, this morning. I think it's probably a pretty well-educated decision. Richardson looks like he just might have that little bit of X factor that you're always searching for. Chris Tremaine will feel pretty stiff. There's no doubt about that. He been part of the touring group and itching to get that chance. And I would have thought when the news coming through Hazelwood's gone down, he would have thought naturally that I'm perhaps ready to go. Not to be. Sometimes you just need that little bit of luck on your side at the right time, don't you?
You sure do. You just need to have the right people in your corner as well. And I'd say Richardson's efforts around the Australian team in front of the Australian coach have done him no harm. But Tremaine in the similar boat to someone like an Ashton Agar, spent a lot of time carrying the drinks for the one-day side, then was dropped out of the squad altogether. That's pretty close to off stump.
Yes, it did seem back noticeably. So there's 14 overs remaining now. It's actually been bumped up by a couple. It's probably because the spinners have been operating, I guess. Extra couple of overs for the last session.
That's got through. Little touch from Holland. Gee, Tremaine's really easing into this spell. It's a little bit ginger, if anything. He's just kind of jogging in and looping up a half volley there to finish that return.
He's probably pretty peeved off with the whole, how his day's gone, perhaps, and you wouldn't blame him.
Now, just quickly, as we're in between overs here in the BBL, Melbourne Renegades, they're all out. Quite a remarkable performance from the Stars. Bowled the Renegades out for 121, 19.3 overs. Again, considering the fact it was none for 30 off 2.3, that's a remarkable turnaround. Now, we're going to see a bit of, it's not spin, it'd be Scott Boland. My apologies to continue. And new batsman to the crease as well. So it looks as though Oh, no, perhaps not. Looked as though someone had run off and come back out, but it's actually just Tiramani adjusting his gear.
Yeah, well,
Looked down, looked up, and I thought, hello, there's a new left-hander running to the crease here, but
I think
not to
for
be.
a second you may have been on the money, because it's like perhaps one of the Sri Lankan batters was ready to come out. Tiramani remains 45 not out.
Yeah, definitely someone padded up, ready to go, and I think it started to make their way on, and maybe Tiramani's just said, I want 50.
Well, take something out of the game, I guess. They haven't had anybody get 50 in this whole game yet. Timothy Kurarante with 44. The previous top score.
It's a lovely ground, isn't it? The Blundstone Arena, or the Bellerive Oval, as many know it as. Bowling still around the wicket. Driving nicely is Tiramani, but there's a touch in the covers. That's some good fielding.
Leg side field now is very prominent. Joe Burns tossing things around. He's got, almost you'd call them, perhaps one forward square and short mid-wicket. Perhaps even two forward squares, aren't they, slightly? All in close on the leg side. Gully, backward point, short cover, mid-off, wideish mid-on. A gully and a fine leg in play. Boland searching for his first wicket of the day. Tiramani searching for the Sri Lankans' first 50 of the match. He's on 45. Gee, nearly went to a quick single. (8:15) local time now here in Hobart. Into the final hour. Quick recap of the day's, or the match event. Cricket Australia 11, 5 for 316 off their 75 overs. That was the maximum agreed by both sides. Curtis Patterson, the highlight, 157 not out. Jake Doran, 102. Those two incidentally came together when the score was 5 for 97, with the Sri Lankans well on top. 219 run unbeaten partnership later and a couple of hundreds. The fortune really did change. The Sri Lankans turned to bat. They too batted their 75 overs in much slower time. Couldn't really string any rhythm together at all. Timothy Karunaratne top scoring at 44. Roshan Silva 36 not out. A couple of 30s to Tiramani and the captain Chandamal.
Looks like Roshan Silva's about to retire.
Yep.
So there it is. After all of that, it's actually Silva who's going to make his way off the ground. 23 from 64 he made. Tiramani said, no, I'm going to make it to my milestone. So what about that? Looks like Suranga Lakmal will be on his way to the wicket here. I will confirm that for you. Haven't managed to get a look at his face yet.
It's a beautiful Hobart evening there, ladies and gentlemen. Have a look at that. Just glorious.
I'll be able to hear some of the wind just coming up outside our broadcast area as Tremaine's in. That ball just driven slightly aerially, but it's made its way through the field. And he's away. Tremaine hitting a nice length. Just seeming away ever so slightly from Lakmal. Still only one slip, though, for the new batsman and the gully. Joe Burns, the captain, in the cordon, and the youngster Pucovski is in the gully. And other than that, it's a fairly regulation setup.
Wind has just got up again the last 5 minutes or so, hasn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit of a change in conditions over the ground as the sun sets right behind the Ponting stand. It's flicked away. There's a chase on here. That's Sanger at fine leg. He does well, slides around. There's a mix-up here, and the run-out could be on. Wasn't a great throw from Sanger. Lakmal and Tiramani just having a bit of a disagreement there. And Sanger made some good ground. And we see here, Lakmal thought that was going for 4. And then I think he realised he didn't even tap his bat in. There you go.
That would have been a 0. Would have been a waste of a shot, wasn't it?
Now, where did that happen the other day when a batsman didn't even ground his bat? Was that in the... It was Dhoni in the ODI. And he didn't even ground his bat, and then they called over. And no one noticed it. And there was talk that maybe he might have been a bit fortunate to get a run.
He's got the open stance here, Lakmal. I wonder if he's thinking of cashing in a bit. That one's gone through. It's bounced well short of Doran, who's had a solid game with the gloves. It has been tough going in many respects.
Yeah, well, especially now with the variable bounce. That one really shooting through low, nutmegging the Tasmanian. Still bowling, searching for a wicket. 26 from his 10 overs. Hasn't missed his length a great deal. So we see another replay of that confusing running, and Lakmal's realised he didn't actually ground his bat. And he didn't ground his bat again when he went back anyway. So he's actually got a couple of runs and he never grounded his bat at the other end. There you go.
Around the wicket now to the left-handed Thiramane, who's looking the best he's looked for the match. We mentioned a couple of times 31 off 109 deliveries in the first innings, 45 off 118 deliveries this time, but he does look quite comfortable 29 years of age. He's played the 29 tests and been a little bit disappointing through his career. 1,150 runs at an average of 23, which is almost half of what his first class average is. Well over 40. Some reasonable performances in the one day and T20 setup have given him another crack at making as a top order batter, and he'll be opening the batting next week for sure and certain at the Gabba. I don't think there's any question in him and Dimith Karunaratne will be the pairing. Some really solid batting time in the middle for the left-hander.
See there, Boland is just giving Tiramani nothing to work with. It's stuck on 45 now for a long time. It's due in part to some excellent bowling here from the river end. Persevering with the two catching mid-wickets is Joe Burns. You can see there the shadows, those 4 shadows around Scott Boland, an indication that the lights have well and truly taken over. It's a single. Tiramani moves to 46. Yeah. Look at that shot. There's the lights and the skyline in the background, and you can see the river behind the scoreboard. So the kids still playing on the hill, having a great time. Just under the Blundstone Arena sign there is our commentary position. And then to your right, the newer Ricky Ponting stand.
Lakmal leaning forward. The veteran quick, he'll lead the Sri Lankans' attack at the Gabba.
Yeah, well, the one who really impressed me out of the Sri Lankans was Kumara. He's only young and big barrel-chested bowler, and he had some real pace about him. He troubled a few of the Aussies. Oh. Catching opportunity. Spoon back in the air, and there's a run out on at the keeper's end as well, but the throw's poor.
Poor. That's one of the worst throws you'll see. Gosh, it was a good effort in the field from Nisa, wasn't it? Desperate lunge at mid-off.
Yeah, so full toss, toe end of the bat. It's just beaten Boland. And then it's Patterson there, who's a bit off balance. We'll forgive Curtis.
Yes,
he's what, 250-something not out for the match. So he's earned himself one moment. Oh, hello. Yeah. Maybe he was going for the bowler's end stumps. I'm not sure. Tremaine to start his 9th. He's on the money. I mentioned this a few times, David, but one thing that's really stuck out to me is that fundamentally this wicket's been pretty hard and consistent. Maybe some variable bounce creeping in. Yes, it's a bit slow, but it's certainly not a devilish wicket. Yet one side has scored consistently faster and more comfortably than the other.
Good
Why
tempo.
is that?
I think it all comes down to intent. You can see with the players that have scored heavily so far in this match, in particular Patterson. You saw Jake Doran when he came in, a little bit against the mould of how he bats. Actually, he does bat time and can often, over the last couple of years, seen him 25 off 80 balls. They've looked to score initially. They've looked to trust the pitch. Doran was sweeping early, wasn't he, off the spinners. Anything pitched outside the line, he was happy to drag it across through mid-wicket, which is a strength of his, but putting pressure on from the get-go. Lackmau looks like he wants to whack Chris Tremaine over his head here in a minute. I think I'm feeling a little bit of late on day 3 at the end of this match theatre perhaps from the quick. That's exactly what we're looking for as well, I might add.
Yeah, just to extend on what you're saying there, I think there's 2 other little factors in those scoring rate discrepancies, and one is, as we've spoken about, the bowling. The fact that Sri Lanka have dished up more loose stuff. Blackmail again, hands through the line. But the other side to that is that you're seeing among the Australian batsmen, the guys who are playing for their spots, which is the likes of your Renshaw and Burns, perhaps not quite as fluent and occupying the crease for a long time, making a big score. And that was kind of symptomatic of a lot of the Sri Lankans. They were almost playing to try and find some sort of rhythm as opposed to trusting their skills. They're trying to convince themselves that they're going to be able to put up a fight in this series. Down the ground, mid-off move wider, says runs. John Holland lopes after that one. Poor John Holland, he's had a few injury concerns in recent years, and it just really looks like fielding is not his favourite part of the game.
No, he's probably safe to say he's not the most athletic looking you've seen, but I'll tell you what, he's forged a pretty good career. He's also part of as is this man Tremaine, he's part of a very strong Victorian outfit, which look, to my eye of what I've seen live this year, a team that's going to be very, very hard to beat indeed. They've shaken hands here. We've pulled up stumps. And the end of the game has happened a little bit quicker than we thought it was going to, but perhaps a fitting way to end in what was a terrific performance from the Cricket Australia 11. They're not going to get the victory here today, but they've certainly dominated the match, Matt Taylor. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Some outstanding performances among the CA11. You can take it away, they only took 11 wickets of the Sri Lankans in 126 overs that they've bowled. But more important is the runs they scored. They've declared on 316 and 224, only losing 8 wickets in their batting time. Twin centuries to Curtis Patterson, the obvious highlight, but also Jake Doran and Marnus Labuschagne among the runs as well. And that's a pretty impressive performance from a genuine Australia A, which is great to see.
Just a quick recap of the 3 days. Cricket Australia 11 batted first and made 5 for 316 declared in reply. Sri Lanka with 75 overs, 5 for 176. And then the Aussies batted again and set a target which was way too many, 364 to win. Sri Lanka were never going to do that in a short period of time, and they finished with 6 for 131. I don't know who's the man of the match, but I know it's going to be Curtis Patterson. We can absolutely declare that without having a real hand in the selection process. He had just a fabulous game, 150 and 100. And I can see there now it's official that Curtis Patterson is the player of the match with his sensational 157. And, of course, another 100 not out in the second innings. Much work to do for the Sri Lankans. Time for them to regroup and get set for the first test next week. So a draw is the end result. But I guess from a perspective of what we've seen over the last 3 days, Matt Taylor, it's very much a moral victory to the Australian team. Great to have your company, mate, and work with you again for the last 2 of the 3 days.
Yeah, thank you, David. It's been great to be here as well with yourself and Russell Arnold. It's been a fascinating couple of days down here, and can we just say that Hobart's turned it on, as they say. It's a lovely evening and a nice way to watch cricket with a touring side here, probably facing a bit of an uphill battle going into the test match, but at the same time, they come up against a test side that's right down on confidence as well. So, yeah, much to work on for the Sri Lankans, for the Australia A players. Well, it's a great experience for them, and they've done some really good legwork for the Aussies heading into the test by claiming that moral victory, as you put it.
Thanks very much for your company over the last 3 days. It's been a pleasure to have you here on the Cricket Network. David Lithgow's my name. Thanks for joining us on behalf of myself, Matt Taylor, and of course Russell Arnold, who's just about on the plane heading back to Sydney. It's a very good night from Bellerive Oval.